Get started since we have everybody here.
Yeah, I love you. Okay, chat. Perfect.
So we're planning to go until about 2:30. It'd be nice if we could finish by 2:20. That'd be better than 2:30. But we'll take what you need. We have a long list. We have a short list of some items that may take a long time. So we'll just go through and we'll adjust as we go and follow the time and try and keep it all up. First item we want to do, we finished our board evaluation last week, and Mark wants to take the lead. So he'll do a little presentation, go through it all with us. Did everybody receive this, or just you and me?
Just us, you want everyone?
Well, you're going through it, right?
I can send it to him.
Yeah, because I
This is the.
we'll let Mark do that, and then we'll talk about past goals, and then we'll give everybody some time to share their new ideas.
Okay.
And there's breakfast items over there, or snacks, or whatever you like. Feel free to just jump up whenever you're tired of sitting.
Scott, just so you know, lunch is scheduled to be here about 11:45.
Okay.
Okay, so I just sent you the details here, so you're welcome to browse on at your leisure. Richard, when he sent this, he made this comment. Anything over a 9 is a grand slam, 8 and over is a home run, 7 and over is a base hit, and may warrant some discussion. So at least that gives you some idea of how other boards evaluate themselves and what the numbers mean probably. We're probably different than other boards, I'm guessing, but at least let you know. So if you take a look at these, advocacy, it appears everyone thinks we're doing a pretty good job. These over 8s are our accountability and governance, and our overall ratings a little bit over 8. Continuous improvement and community engagement, I think we're at least below the 8 level, and I think people kind of felt like, first of all, that we really didn't have a strategic planning session much last year. It was more of a training. And then also I think we kind of have some, maybe feel like there's some improvement that could be made in how we interact with the public. And so that's kind of my overview of the things. So here's kind of, okay. So we're going to go through these in detail really fast because it took me quite a while to figure out what the heck was going on. So I thought I'd save you a little bit of time. And I talked to Richard about maybe improving this in future things. But okay, so gray is strongly agree. And then you go to red, which is the next most strongly agree. The whatever that color is the next one down, and then this pink kind of goes down. So it's hard to tell because they just say no labels on them, but that's it kind of goes this direction. So if you get any greens, or unfortunately this color is very similar to that one, but anyway, we don't get many of those, but that's kind of where we are. So board members participate in related training. I think we're all pretty good on that. Most people felt that we were either strong or one of the next 2 labels down. We can clearly articulate the vision, mission, and goals of the district. So here you can see that maybe there's a little more disagreement, right? So this is the top, next down, and a few down in the getting close to no opinion leading to agree. So probably some of this has to do with us feeling like we hadn't really had a strategic long-term planning session. So I think that's probably what some of the people were feeling. We annually evaluate our performance, and this was probably because we didn't do this evaluation last year. So some people were saying, I've never evaluated it. But you know, if you kind of look at these, this is strongly agree, a little less strongly agree. I have a feeling this is like down in the below disagree type region, and then I kind of no opinion, so kind of get you know how we're evaluating ourselves. We use the results of board evaluation to implement board goals, and here we're kind of, a lot of people were saying we didn't do a board evaluation last year, so that's probably why we have disagree here and leaning to agree type stuff, but I'm just going to go through these quick because I'm not sure there's a whole lot of detail in here, but I thought it might be worth since we did it to go through it in some level of detail. We use data and reports to identify needs, and so quite a bit of agreement there. We're strongly agree, next most strongly, above leaning to agree, and a few people were kind of no opinion leaning agree. Conducts comprehensive orientation to familiarize new board members with their responsibilities. Yay, almost everybody thought we were strong or kind of close to it, okay? And I hope that a new board member, you know, I'm just remembering this meeting last year. If you remember what that was like, it was like, what in the world is going on here, right? So I think that now I feel like you guys are seasoned board members.
Don't say
so. It's an analogy
we
for
kind
old.
of found a group.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think we've done a lot of. I appreciate staff. I appreciate the staff for helping to fill in those holes and give us the information we need to come up to speed. Here's some comments. Board members have spent time coming up to speed. We didn't do a board evaluation, which was kind of what people were saying last year. Understands the importance of an educated citizenry and advocates for public education. I think we're all pretty strong in feeling like we do that. And I just want to chime in here. I feel it a great honor to work with this board because I feel like we all really have passion for these things, for creating an educated citizenry. That's a long-term goal. We believe all children can learn and work at a high quality education for every child. Everybody's kind of in the top, middle, and the next one down. Board formally and regularly communicates to stakeholders. Here we're so maybe a little less of the top one, but we communicate our strategic plan, culture, and improvement needs. Here's communicates student performance, progress towards goals and outcomes. I think a lot of this comes in our stakeholders report. Board communicates with the community using forums, groups, media, and/or other vehicles to advocate for their schools. So here you'll see where maybe some room for improvement, right? There's quite a bit of gray and red and this, but we're also seeing some lower colors because I think some of us kind of, maybe think there's some improvement in how we communicate with our public and using forums, groups, and media. Advocate to their legislators and local government community leaders on the challenges and successes. We're doing it's a little bit of lower rating here, but feeling pretty good. Board advocates and supports public education policies at state and national level. I'm kind of, I'm going to throw this out here, but everyone who wanted to participate in NSBA presentations, it was like way more energy than I could muster, but I appreciate everybody because it's pretty exciting to see us do that on a national level. Okay, comments. Board members are fantastic advocates. The next section, board promotes interaction with the community to foster a culture where ideas are sought, heard, valued, and are based on a collaborative review of research and data. So here you'll see there's a few people that are feeling leaning towards agree or leaning towards disagree type range. And so anyway, I think this idea of welcoming ideas from the community maybe there's some room for improvement here. We regularly seek input from employees in decision-making process. Quite a variety of opinions here. I think there are 6 people that responded and 6 different ratings. So I think I would just like to compliment the superintendent and assistant superintendents on efforts to, in the hiring process, to incorporate more feedback, and I think that's been good, but maybe there's a little more room we can talk about improvement. We use committees to collaborate on student achievement, best practices, etc. People are kind of okay with the committees, but maybe somebody's not quite feeling totally comfortable with how we use committees. There's a few down here in the disagree parts. A board provides opportunity for stakeholders to address the board. I think this is down near the disagree thing, and this is up at the top. So these 2 are good, but it looks like one person's feeling like we're down in the 3rd from the bottom there. And that probably has more to do, as I've thought about it, and I guess listened to each other during the last year, we kind of have different styles in how we do social media. And so maybe there's some people that are feeling a little bit like we don't quite have that down. We have an effective process for responding to questions from citizens. A couple feel pretty strong, and a couple are probably down in the disagree point. So that's possibly something that we could improve on as a board. Nobody put in a comment on that section. And if you, let's see, which one was that? Okay, so here's that community engagement was one of the lowest ones. So, working with the superintendent audit committee, we monitor the students' district audits, do all that stuff. And I am, for one, was on the audit committee for a while. I'm really grateful for all the work that people do in the budget and audit process. But people feel pretty good about that. Budget is developed and executed in a manner consistent with state law, strategic plans, and district priorities. Again, everybody had a different color here. I'm kind of thinking a lot of this was that they didn't feel like we had done strategic planning last year. So how could it be in accordance for strategic plan? Audio and printed board meetings readily available, pretty much. Policies are consistent with
that's
laws.
You're our what did I do?
You got an A+. Everybody said you did. You
posted all
posted notes.
Yeah.
Audio notes. Everybody was like, "That's wrong."
You're our best statistic yet.
Yes, you're our most consistent
Yeah, we should have one. How's Rhonda doing? Oh, really good. So, again, here's, do we follow the laws? Everyone's kind of in the agree thing. Review existing policies. I think we see lots of policies. That's good. We adjust strategic plan. I'm guessing some of this in the disagree thing is because they weren't sure what our strategic plan was. And I think this is something that we brought up, is it would be nice to kind of have a long-range strategic plan, like a 10-year board plan. The staff does, I think, but I'm not sure as a board we've really come up with a long-term plan. So that would be something we can talk about. I think we need to create more formal long-range strategic plan. There you go. Somebody said that. Next section. I'm going to tell you which ones mine are. The next one here, effective governance. We our average is pretty high, so we'll go through those quickly, but board and superintendent have established district strategic plan that includes specific goals, strategies, and action plans. Probably this low one is we don't feel like we've got a board strategic plan. We work to reach consensus. I just really appreciate you guys. I feel like we can have a very spirited discussion, but somehow at the end, Sara still gives me a hug. So. All members stand behind board decisions. I think this is really strong in the board, and it kind of shows up here. Board and superintendent work together to achieve strategic plan and board priorities. maybe we could do a little better on that, a couple of people feel. But really high overall. Annually, we evaluate the superintendent, business administrator. And most pressing need, so these were the open-ended ones, right? Teacher exhaustion, class size reduction, growth, communication at all levels within the district and public, funding for growth, class sizes are too big. And what do you think we need to do more of in Alpine School District? By the way, these ones were my questions, so it was kind of nice to see what people said. Fair compensation, equity, reduced class size, and this is kind of nice because it kind of goes along with our discussion today, right? What are our priorities? Soliciting input from stakeholders, get more teacher input, more long-term strategic planning. That's a set of good things we might do more of. What do we need to do less of? Less defensiveness in our extended teams, less dictates. Math curriculum apparently hit some nerves. Less testing, less assessment, less pulling teachers out of plastic for district trainings, and less drama. This is probably a man in my estimation, but there we go.
You won't see it.
Okay. I don't know. Right now, we've got one daughter left at home, and it is drama every day. She's in high school. So.
I'll support the arts.
And the overall comments, I love the individual comments from each board member, administrator, commitment to the success of students. So that's kind of the overview.
So did one of us miss filling out the survey?
Looks like
Clearly someone did.
Clearly. Because
couple of someone's.
I started filling it out, and then it wouldn't let me back in, and then Richard got me back in, and I did it, and I hope
If
that
your
he got-
comments were not represented there, you are welcome to say them
They
now.
were kind of represented, so
Okay.
I was a little bit ambivalent about whether it was, I was in there or not, I'm not sure.
I know mine were because I was the drama guy.
I'm not sure that I was represented on that survey,
How did those fit with your thoughts then?
but they fit pretty well.
Anything that we went through that's different than what you thought that you'd like to?
Not specifically, but I was a little wordy in my comments and I didn't see, anyway. I'm a little concerned that it wasn't there. But.
Send them to Sam and he'll send them out anonymously to all.
Unfortunately, it's out of my hands now, but yeah. But I apologize if it was me that is not represented on there because I made the attempt.
Thank you for that effort. Any other thoughts about how we're doing as a board? Anything you want to share, add in based on the evaluation?
I think we should have had a question about how entertaining we find each other.
Well, I'm excited
Next
to be here. This, I think, is an important point in our service. I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, let's review some of our past. Yes, we've grown a lot in the year. There's been a lot of information come. I would say we've received more information faster from our district staff than ever before, as they've tried their very best to catch us up, give us the information we need, help us to learn, and we appreciate all the effort and time that the staff for to share and openness with the information. It's been fantastic. Sometimes the information comes so fast that it's hard to really get an understanding. So ask again. Ask more questions as you go. If there are things you don't understand, our staff's really good to help us catch up. I was wondering, especially from our 4 newer board members, did you think that this is what school board was gonna be like. No?
Sarah thought she was gonna have one meeting a month.
Yeah, John Burton
Lied.
flat out
lied.
lied. One meeting a month. So I'm still reeling from that comment, because it could not have been more
Well, there is one
inaccurate.
meeting, it's just continuous.
Yeah, month-long meeting. Maybe that's what he meant,
It
Sarah.
never stops.
All day, every day.
Yeah.
Any other things that you learned that you said, wow, this is different, or something you hadn't expected? At this point, you're now expecting it all, so. Okay. I guess where I was going with my thought is that there's a huge amount that you can be involved in. You could spend your whole day, every day, and your nights working on the school board. And I'll encourage you to ask for help. Don't let it overcome your entire life, or don't feel like that you're responsible to actually do every single thing that you see.
I feel it very
You're already
pointed.
Straight across the table.
Yeah, I was only at 4 schools yesterday, Mark, calm down. It's fine, only 4 yesterday.
Here's the example that I have for you. So, yes, there are over 80,000 students, and you have concern for everyone. There are over 8,000 employees, or somewhere close to that, and you have concern for everyone. And there are over 80 schools, and what do we have, 80?
92.
Okay, I was going with 8s. So there's over 80, right? And you want to watch over everyone, and you want to make sure that everyone functions. It is not possible for any of us to really be involved in every single thing that's needed. So we need help. Thankfully, we have help. If you were, say, a high school principal, and you had between 2,000 and 3,000 students, you wouldn't be able to take care of the needs of every single student. So you have assistant principals, and you have counselors, and you have secretaries and office staff, and you have lots of teachers, and they are all working together to help every single one. And there are a lot of things a principal will offload to somebody else. Will you please take care of this? And I think that's how we provide individual service to every student, because there are lots of people on the team that are watching over every student, that take care of every problem. The principal doesn't have to do everything on his own. Likewise, even if you wanted to, you couldn't take care of everything. You couldn't be involved in every single thing. So feel comfortable to rely on the staff that we have to take care of the operations, the daily, the interaction with every principal, the interaction with his teachers, to take care of every problem that comes up. Feel comfortable relying on them and ask them to do it. That'll save a little bit on your life. Also, when we have issues that the board needs to take care of, sometimes we divide them up into committees, and we assign them to our committees to research. I'm very comfortable, and I hope you're comfortable relying on your other board members to really dig in and do the research on things, and to come and present things for you. And that'll help save you. In the end, there are a handful of tasks that really belong to the board members. And if you're able to offload some of those other things, you can focus on the things that pertain specifically to board members. And you'll be ready and not overwhelmed or unable to do the most important things. In years past, okay, we do goals regularly. We make goals as board, and we adjust them, and sometimes we keep the same. I went back and I found the 2008 stakeholders report from the district. And I thought, I wonder what we had then. And it helped me to realize that there are some things that we focus on that we are going to focus on probably forever, right? Because our main focus is students. And so the goals and the things that the board and the district focus on are going to be very similar things. Other things we've accomplished, and we've moved forward and adjusted to have other focuses. Here's the focuses from 2008. Student achievement was the first, inspiring all students to engage in learning at their highest level. Next one, teacher quality, valuing quality teachers by recognizing excellence and facilitating continuous improvement in the art of science and the art and science of teaching. Next one, comprehensive curriculum, educating students through a wide range of content and learning opportunities, leading to the development of the whole child. Resources, identifying and providing requisite tools, skills, and personnel that lead students towards successful participation in the 21st century. Next one, community relations, engaging parents and the broader communities to support student achievement. Next one, school and district culture, sharing values, beliefs, and processes that sustain a positive, safe, and nurturing environment to promote pride in the school and the district. Last one, leadership, developing and sustaining leaders who have a vision and passion for student and employee success. As I went through that, and then there's more instruction and detail all the way through about more of these same things and how they were doing them. One of the things that I noticed that you think that we don't change, right here on the last page, so whatever, page 11, is a section about resources, and it includes our some of the things our business development team does. And I just wanted to take a look at the one photo on the side there and see if there's been any change.
I was young.
It's Rob's photo.
Yeah, Rob, that goatee is made a little bit of a change, but I think 12 years we might have worn into that. So here you go.
Pass it around.
That's
Yeah,
for,
yeah,
all right,
pass
pass
it
it
around.
around. So that's,
Look at C-Strand on the other side.
yeah. A lot of the people in that book aren't there anymore, but Rob's there. So anyway, it's a good team that we have, and it's a great district we have. In the last several years, our focuses have been on recruiting, retaining, and developing great teachers, and focusing on class size reduction, and focusing on providing the resources we needed to reach each child, including social and emotional needs. So those have been, over the last 3 or 4 years, those have probably been our top items. And as I've listened to the kinds of comments you made over the last several weeks, it wouldn't surprise me if many of the goals that we have fall into the same kinds of categories. And it's really because I think we're still focused on making sure that students are successful, and in order to do that, we need great teachers, and in order to do that, we have to provide quality resources and support for all of them. So that's my little summary of board goals. I've got pages and pages of board goals that we've gone through over the years. They're fantastic, and there's some things that that have adjusted, and some of the goals or items that we listed were short term, and we accomplished them and moved on to the next things. When we've done it before, everybody shares their top things that they want to accomplish, and we list them all, and then we select from there what's the goal that we can summarize to. I'm hoping that we'll end up with maybe 3 goals that then group in all of the ideas that we have listed. And then in 1 year, a couple of years ago, we had the top goals and then we had key issues. So the rest of the things were just listed items that we were focusing on. So everybody's ideas were still listed as things that were of great interest and concern. So even if something you say doesn't become the goal, don't feel like it wasn't heard. I guess that's what I'm hoping you feel. So let's take some time and give everybody a chance.
How do we use a whiteboard? Do we dump onto one place? What do you suggest?
We've done all of those things in the past, but good idea. Is that, you want to just write them up on the board behind you as we go? So that
Do you want them,
Oh.
I mean, Mark,
are you on it right there?
yours on the screen.
Okay.
Is that you on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just
great.
type it there, and it's recorded.
That's great.
Sound good? Okay.
But we do have the wiring and the technology, so if you brought a presentation that you wanted to use for your time that you're gonna be allotted, you can use your computer, whatever you wanna do.
My thought was that we gave everybody up to 10 minutes to take a turn, and then get all the way around, and then we can maybe take 2 or 3 minutes and add something or support something somebody else has said. And then that would probably get us to 11 o'clock. To get that far. Is that okay? Okay, does anybody want to go first? Because Amber was really anxious to be first, but I wanted to see.
I don't care, I'll go first.
Okay,
Okay, but I gotta have somebody help me hook this up because I'm technologically challenged.
And thank you for the document yesterday.
when I wrote it down on my list of this, I wrote board members to talk about goals, focus items, basket items, or wishes and dreams.
Wishes and dreams.
I love
I have
with
some of
pictures
those.
for Mark.
Thank you.
I don't even know what I just did. It was supposed to go full screen and it didn't.
Yeah, we saw.
Oh, there we go. Okay, wait, what is it? My husband, okay. Here's the part where my husband helped me a lot last night. Because I don't do this. All right, we're just gonna do it like that, right? Except I don't have anything.
For some reason, so.
It was there, flash. Flash
Let's
was
pull that
there.
out. So we can see it.
Yeah, bring it back in.
Is this when you call tech support and they say just shut it down and turn it back on
And they say,
again?
have you tried
Turning it off?
turning it off and back on again?
No.
Is it the cord?
So just one second. There we go. Should click on that.
Hopefully we're coming.
You have another screen.
I don't know how to do that.
So you can either drag it over there or you can turn on the
This
screen
doesn't
there.
count. Oh, seriously. Still no. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, and I don't know how to make it full screen, so we're just
There's a
gonna do
little,
that.
there's a little
Do you
choice.
want me to-
I'm gonna make it full screen.
The little thing at the bottom.
Which one?
The little screen.
I tried that and then, oh, yes, okay, so, ta-da, Mark. Okay,
All my
so,
pictures.
I don't see a picture.
Yeah.
they're
coming.
Will be.
They're coming. They're coming.
They're coming. Okay, so when I thought about what our board priorities are, over time I've heard a lot of concern from teachers and from parents about class sizes and how they impact both student achievement and teacher job satisfaction. So that, I have two concerns, and my first one is class sizes. So, when we were talking about the Hillcrest-Sierra Park merger, there was a bunch of data put out on the district website that compared class sizes district-wide. At that time, I was concerned seeing the discrepancy between them. So last summer, I asked for an update to that chart, which Rob gave me. The numbers in my presentation, other than this page, come from that data point from last summer. So when you look at class sizes, part of my concern is in the CAFR on page 156, Sam. This is this year's CAFR. When you look at the 2010 class size numbers here and the 2019 class size numbers here, almost every grade is still higher. Now the biggest jump obviously came from 2010 to 2011, which is because of the recession at the time. But my concern is from 2011 to 2019, we still have not gotten back to our 2010 numbers. My understanding is the 2020 numbers are the same as the 2019 numbers, correct? So this year, in 10 years, we've gone down 2 students in kindergarten, 1 student in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th, 8th, 9th, and high school have not changed in 10 years. I'm concerned about that, okay? Feedback from teachers are regarding class sizes. I sent out to 10 teachers on Friday afternoon. I sent out to them a request for, I think I said exactly, comments concerning how class size affects your teaching and your job satisfaction. I told them that they could send it to other teachers if they wanted to. The comments didn't need a long comment, just what did they think. I sent it to teachers in 4 different elementary schools, 2 different junior highs, a high school. I think I covered 5 grades in elementary. I have not all in my area, and I have received comments from additional teachers in other areas. They're still coming in, but like I got another one right before the meeting this morning. So they're still coming in. They ended up being very long, which says to me that our teachers have really been thinking about this, which is why I sent the board a Google Doc last night rather than, I was gonna print them all out and give them to you, but it's like 10 pages already, so I'm saving trees. So with larger class sizes, I see test scores go down, discipline problems go up, and as a teacher, I feel less effective and more inadequate. I was told by district administration that there is a high burnout specifically for first grade teachers compared to other grades. I know that reducing the teacher-student ratio would reduce much of the stress that first grade teachers experience. This one was from a school psychologist. As I work with teachers, I have seen class size have a direct impact on their job satisfaction, their ability to adequately do their job, their ability to meet the emotional and academic needs of all their students. Research shows that class size is a significant factor in parents' decisions to send their children to private schools. In my area, my belief is that is the #1 reason that we are losing students to charter schools. Despite the enormous emphasis on test scores in public schools, parents report little interest in these scores when choosing a school. Instead, 2 of the top 5 reasons parents give for choosing a private school are, quote, smaller class sizes and, quote, more individual attention for my child. This teacher did give a link to the data, the research that had those numbers. Would reducing class sizes solve the teacher retention issue? Probably not. There are many other frustrations that teachers feel with regards to teaching. Might it lighten those frustrations and keep some teachers in the classroom? Probably. The years that I have fewer students, I am able to teach more and dive deeper and really make sure everyone understands. The years I've had high numbers, it has been very difficult to reach every student. There are some projects that when I have higher numbers, I simply can't do. Okay. Next, trends in class size data. So I took that class size data from last summer, plotted it on a chart. Sorry, we couldn't get rid of that access. So this is average class size. So obviously this is Cedar Valley and Geneva. The blue ones are traditional schools, the orange ones are extended day schools. So you can see we're ranging from
So these are
16 kids.
Just elementaries on this.
Just elementaries.
Okay.
The data I had didn't lend itself very well to individual class sizes for secondary, so this is all elementary. But you can see our class sizes are ranging from 16 kids per class to 30. This is the average school-wide number. Trends in school class size. Okay, this one, I decided to look at it differently, and this one was concerning to me. This one is average class size per student for the school versus school size. Okay?
Amber, could you talk at this board instead of that one? Because half of us have to turn around
Sure.
and crane our necks.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll just tell
I
you.
mean, there's only
Switch
like
to-
2 people that can really see that board.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank
Okay,
you, that would be wonderful.
so here is a data piece
But she's pointing things.
that was concerning to me in looking at this. Now, our ratios are applied evenly across the district. However, the additional board FTEs are not. If you look at something here, this is concerning to me. If you have fewer than 600 kids in your school, you have less than 27 kids per class average. If you have more than 1,000 students in your school, except for this one, which is right on 27, you have more than 27 kids per class in your school.
So the larger schools are tending.
Larger schools have higher class sizes. Julie, next slide, please. Okay, so then I decided, well, how else can we look at this? So we plotted class size by cluster: American Fork, Cedar Valley, Lehigh, Lone Peak, Mountain View, Orem, Pleasant Grove, Sky Ridge, Timpanogos, Westlake. If you look at this, there's a significant discrepancy between average class sizes, with Timpanogos at the smallest, average is at about 22.5. Lone Peak is at 27.5. Cedar Valley, 27.58.
Can you scoot back just a tiny?
Yeah. So then I thought, well, is this really accurate? So I pulled out all of the Title I schools because they receive additional funding. Timpanogos is still significantly smaller. Obviously no change for Lone Peak because we don't have any Title I's, but interestingly, no change for Cedar Valley either. Next slide. And I can send you guys all of this if you want to look at it more. Then, since our ratios are different for traditional schedule and extended day, these are only traditional schedule schools, so they should all have the same class size ratio. Timpanogos, 16.45, Cedar Valley, 16, then you've got all the way up to 25.5, almost 26. Same model, same ratio. Extended day schedules, there's only about 12 traditional schedule schools, so this one has less
When you say
variance
average class size, is that,
for the whole school.
Just
I mean, is that
Just
elementary
elementary.
and
Just elementary.
so it's all of the average of all the classes, all the elementary?
Just-
So like, for example, the Cedar Valley is only Cedar Valley Elementary
This is only
School.
Cedar
That's the
Valley
tiny
Elementary,
school.
because
Okay.
there's, that's Cedar, okay, and if you
But you
notice
said
here,
it's
Westlake
all
and
that.
Sky Ridge clusters don't have any schools that are on the traditional schedule, so they're not in this one. Does that make sense?
And it looks like Title I schools are back in these too.
Title I schools are back in these, but, I mean, but all of these, AF has a Title I, and they're the highest. Their average is the highest, and they have a Title I school, so, okay.
16 is Cedar Valley
That's
Elementary
Geneva,
School.
probably.
It's, yeah.
Well, because you've got Geneva, you've got,
I mean, is that just?
no, this is all the traditional schedule
Feeder, it's feeder.
in Timpanogos area, their average is 16.5. Okay, so extended day schedule, when you compare that, Timpanogos again is still the smallest. In every category, Timpanogos is the smallest, and Lone Peak and Cedar Valley are the highest. Lone Peak almost 28 versus Timpanogos 24, even though those schools are funded at the same ratio. Oh, thanks, awesome. Okay, so then I was thinking about, okay, have I thought about all of the factors that are impacting class size? What does that mean when I look at the average? Because the average sometimes isn't what my anecdotal evidence from teachers are about what their individual class size is. So I got all the class sizes from one school yesterday. So this is this year's data, okay? This is a DLI school, which I personally think we need to figure something out with DLI. I'm not sure what it is. We need to rethink how we're doing those classes. Here's why. This yellow bar is the average class size for that grade in this school, okay? The blue bar is the non-DLI classes, the red bar is the DLI classes. So here's my concern. In kindergarten, they don't have DLI, so their average is 24.25, which is pretty good average. All of these averages, when you look at them, pretty good class size, right? Here's my concern. In the same school, we have a 6th grade class with 32 students and a 6th grade DLI class with 22 students. That's a problem, I think. When you look at the swing in the same school, and the other problem is then when we look at the school average, it tells a totally different story from what's actually happening in the individual classroom, which is a concern to me. My biggest concern is the averages aren't telling the whole story of what's happening for an individual teacher in their individual classroom, okay? So here's another one. The biggest class in this school is a 4th grade class. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know, but I'm concerned about that. So I was trying to think of other things that would impact class size that the previous data wouldn't show. And this is and I think this is telling. So So another thing that I really noticed is in individual grades, sometimes you have a bubble. Like you'll have not very many fourth graders, but then you have a really big third grade class for whatever reason. The problem sometimes with these ratios is, my bet is this fourth grade had similar class sizes in third grade last year. My bet is this fourth grade is gonna have similar class sizes in fifth grade next year. So this year's fifth grade classes are pretty little for fifth grade, but fourth grade isn't little. And guess what? Next year, fifth grade isn't gonna be little. You see what I'm saying? So the same group of kids, as they move through, the fifth grade might be high one year and low next year, but those kids are high in fourth grade and high in fifth grade. And my concern is that this group right here has probably been high all the way along.
So you talked about the impact.
The impact on the individual child as it moves through their grade is problematic. And the first time I noticed this was my daughter, who's in fourth grade right now, had 30 kids in kindergarten, 30 kids in first grade, 30 kids in second grade in her classes. So now that she's in fourth grade, 30 kids is great. But in kindergarten it was a problem, in first grade it was a problem, in third grade it was kind of on the edge. Does that make sense? So that impacted, and when I go into the classroom and work with her friends in her classroom, I see problems that started in kindergarten that they have not recovered from. Okay, I think that's my last one.
Okay, and about DLI, do you have a suggestion? I mean,
I don't know how to fix this, but
because
this is
they
a
always
problem.
do that.
I
They
do
always
have a
start big.
suggestion.
I mean,
Okay.
you have attrition and you cannot replace those kids.
I don't know what to do about it, but the problem
I
to
mean, it's
me
the nature of
is,
the program to some
the problem
extent.
to me is, it's impacting significantly the non-DLI students in this school, but if we just throw more FTEs at it, it's also impacting students in other schools
Yes.
that don't have DLI. So basically what we're doing is prioritizing DLI class sizes over everybody else.
Yeah, yes.
And that's a problem, but it's also a problem here where the DLI classes have 32 kids in first grade and the regular classes only have 29 or 28. I mean, it's a problem there too. It's a problem on both ends. I just don't, I feel like we need to relook at how we're allocating FTEs for DLI.
So make a note what your comments should be so that she doesn't lose her temper.
Any comments? Am I almost 10 minutes? I'm trying to talk
About
fast.
15.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So I have one other concern, but I'll be really fast. Okay, this is my main concern. This is why the chart's marked. Okay. So, I'll move on really quick. My second concern is about a couple things with budget. One of the concerns I'm seeing as I get notes from various different meetings is about items that are funded outside of the regular budgetary process. When we went to our budget committee meetings last year, we had X dollars to allocate in that budgetary meeting. I don't know how that number gets decided when other things are getting funded regularly outside of that process. Does that make sense? So my concern is, first of all, that our budget should be clearly reflecting whatever our priorities are. Additional funds that end up becoming available should go to those priorities first before they go to new projects or new initiatives. I'm concerned that we don't have a limit on cabinet spending that's done without board approval or that doesn't go through the regular budgetary process. I think there should be a limit on those amounts. Most other districts do have a limit on how much can be spent without going through the regular budget process or without coming to the board first. For Jordan District, that's $70,000. For Provo, it's $50,000, and for Canyons, it's $80,000. Cabinet and other people can't spend more than that without coming to the board and saying, is this okay? Also, my last idea is the legislature currently does zero-based budgeting for 20% of the state budget every year, which means they look at that budget, they start at, rather than starting at what they're already spending and adding additional things, they start at zero and add things back in. I think we should think about that. So that we can make sure that all of those things that are being funded out of each portion of the budget have data that show that they are helping with our priorities. Ta-da, done. Okay, sorry I was 15. I tried to talk really fast. Phew.
It's very clear.
So Mark's gonna read you the bullet items to make sure that they match what your goal was.
How do I get this to go back to?
Sorry, I tried to talk fast.
You did good.
That was
Nice!
impressive.
There were no pictures for Mark though.
That's what charts are.
Graphs.
Oh,
They have to
okay.
be turned into graphs, so I can't handle these numbers.
That's why I did charts.
Just kidding.
She was looking for pictures of Mark.
Oh, that I will do that next time.
Fantastic. What did you write? Class?
I wrote,
You're
class
looking at-
sizes haven't decreased much in 10 years. BLI has more students in lower grades. Discretionary items funded outside of the budget should limit expenditures outside the budget.
Does that sound right?
Yep.
She's
If
concerned with the
you-
bubble impact.
If you would like those graphs, I would be happy to email them to you.
Send them to all of us. Those were pretty.
I noted that she was, Mark, in addition, she was concerned about
That
Bubble
number in, you
classes.
should be good to go.
the academic impact
Just
on
takes a
bubble
while to
classes.
cycle. Just takes some minutes.
And noted that larger schools tend to have larger class sizes.
It's,
Not 10, do.
Do,
They do.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
you get to say.
Julie.
Okay, I need a second to make sure.
I'm going around the room if somebody doesn't want to jump up.
good what I say.
And by the way, just so you're aware, and maybe so staff's aware, I think we mentioned it before, but when we get to the end, and we have our long list, before we start narrowing down, we tell us is each thing easily doable? Will it be a challenge? Will there be pushback? Will it be extremely expensive? Just give us just a gut feel. How easy is it to do all the things? Because we're gonna have more than we can handle. Yeah. Uh-huh. And some of my items are wishes and dreams, because I.
Me too.
Okay, so mine is not as graphy as
What color?
Amber's, but there is color.
It's like a Girl Scout.
It does look like a Girl Scout cookie. It's too late. You missed the opportunity. Okay, so I like the board goals that we have as far as the specific student achievement, as far as, graduation or 90% by third grade. But I do have a couple of pieces that I guess would fall kind of under the key discussion points. So first off for me is the equity discussion. Along with that, I recognize there's always going to be disparity in schools. Different schools have different cultures, different programs. And I think that we as a board that local control and autonomy, and I'm not interested in replicating one school 92 times. I love the fact that Mountain View has an automotive program that is very popular. I would not say that every high school needs to necessarily replicate that. So I want to make sure that we're talking actually about equity and not equality, that everybody's getting what they need, not necessarily everybody gets the same. So one of the things I'd like to talk about as a board is equity across the district. Amber obviously brought up this stuff with class sizes. That's a significant issue. Another thing is funding per student. One of my concerns is that from school to school, depending on your zip code, you can have twice as much funding for a student in one area than you have for another student. So I feel like that's something we should address. The field trip issue has come up with even busing. I have schools that are obviously way further out than schools that are in AF or Orem or whatever. And for them to get to field trips costs additional. So just making sure that whatever it is, if we pick the third grade field trip is whatever, the aquarium, then everybody gets the mileage to the aquarium regardless of where they are coming from, kind of a thing. Also, one of the biggest concerns I'm hearing is needed for additional time for secretaries in high growth areas. It takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes per student to enter in new student information. If you're adding in 100, 150 new students a year, that is a huge burden on our secretaries. And essentially what's happening from my experience in talking with secretaries is basically our secretaries are working for free because they end up doing that work in non-paid time. And so I want to make sure that we're appropriately funding our employees. Also, it becomes an issue for SPED, our school psychologists, our elementary counselors, all that stuff. So Amber addressed the issue, are class sizes in some areas larger than others? The answer to that is a firm yes. One of the things I want us to look at is stop assigning personnel based on cluster or school, but by enrollment size. when you give everybody the same, but they're, obviously one of my big issues is that 24% of the student population resides in my area. There's a huge difference between, a school with 3,000 students and a school with 1,000 students. And I believe currently, if the numbers are right, one of my elementaries has higher enrollment than our high schools in other areas. So we need to make sure that we're taking into account those dynamics. I also would like us to look at ways we could be contributing to inequity. I've talked to you guys about the East Shore dynamic, concerns about are we providing services to all. I think equitable educational services is one of our core beliefs, and I want to make sure that our actions align with that belief system. The next one, kind of funny that we're focusing on the same things, but student achievement and learning for me, this was one of the things that really stuck out to me with the math curriculum that I think Sara Hacken did a great job bringing up, was when they were talking about ranking the math curriculum, and the discussion was, things like online support and what's given the most focus, and it was like, well, everything's weighted the same. I feel like our focus has to be just a laser-like focus on student achievement. So part of that, and that was part of my dynamic with some of the stuff for our board evaluation, is creating a strategic plan for each board goal. So if we say 90% for literacy, that's great. So what are we doing year one? Year one, we're implementing this. Year two, we're implementing this. I feel like we have board goals, but not necessarily a path to reach those board goals. So, and kind of along with what Amber said, possibly looking at the budget, how that supports each classroom. I feel like every time we look at the budget, the question should be, how does that create an improvement of instruction in the classroom? So I'm going to tick a lot of people off with this one. I am going to suggest a 2-year moratorium on out-of-state travel for the district. That would include us as a board. No out-of-country travel. It would not impact the individual school trust lands plans. Part of my dynamic with this is one of the frustrations I felt with NSBA last year was that I went to classes where they have 3 to 4 times the WPU we do. And while a lot of those things are nice, it's what can we afford? I can look at the windows at Tiffany's, but I have a Walmart budget. And so I can't afford what Tiffany's is doing. And with that, I have concerns about how much we are doing out-of-state travel for the district when it may not necessarily translate into usable ideas with our current budget. With that, I also would suggest that we need to narrow our incentives. I feel like we have too many things going on. We've taken this kind of shotgun approach. Obviously some of this is state, obviously some of this is federal, but some of this we do have control over. So seed implementation is obviously a state thing, but we're talking about a new math curriculum. We're talking about assessments for the 6 C's, district assessments, NPDL, the principal pipeline. I just concern that we have taken this shotgun approach and that we are overwhelming our teachers. Part of the feedback I constantly hear from teachers is that they just can't get ahead, and that they feel like it's really starting to impact what they're able to do in the classroom. With that, I also feel like we have focused on trying to be data-driven, and I would love it if we could focus more on, as Amber said with the zero-based budgeting, is this initiative achieving what we want? Is the data proving that this is an effective use of money? So, and then kind of with that idea of the 2-year moratorium on out-of-state travel for the district, is utilizing our district experts. I mean, obviously Shane and John have both given national presentations. We have teachers going to a visible learning conference, and I know that we have rock star teachers out there. So I feel like whether we're coordinating like just within the district or coordinating with other districts like Jordan, Provo, Nebo, Canyons that have similar budgets to what we have as far as funding per student, I feel like that will be a way for us to really drill down and find the best ways for us to actually kind of target some of those goals. And then my last one, and this also went back to some of the feedback we got on the board evaluation, is just increased communication. How are we seeking continuous improvement as a district? Are we asking teachers, support staff, and parents? And one of the things that struck me is that one of the questions was specifically about, do we have community members on our committees? And we don't. I know that Jordan has recently done a thing where they created and I can't remember the exact, it's like a facilities something committee, where they basically challenged the committee to come up with a 15% decrease in costs, and they were able to hit 17%. So I think, harnessing our community, I don't feel like we've really taken control of that. We have amazing teachers, amazing parents, amazing stakeholders, and I feel like we need to make sure that we're utilizing that as a real resource. Do teachers feel we're providing the right supports? What's their job satisfaction? What steps can we take to increase that teacher retention? One of the ideas is possibly just giving, every month when we send out our Alpine magazine, just a 3 to 5 question survey, whether it is, you know, because we're constantly looking at ideas for teacher retention. Is it salaries? Is it job satisfaction? Is it class size? Is it workload? Is it benefits? Is it those supports that we're providing? So we as a board are getting that constant feedback, because if we say, well, we're providing all these supports here, but they're the wrong supports, that's obviously not impacting our teacher retention in a positive way. So I want to make sure that we're careful stewards with our taxpayer dollars and that we're investing in programs and in supports that are things that the teachers want and will value. That was me talking really fast to try and make up for 15 minutes.
Not to worry, I'm not gonna do kids.
Sorry. No, you're good.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay.
What did you have on that? How did you write the summary?
I said, there's an equity discussion. Sorry. Funding for students varies. Large schools need more secretaries, counselors, stop assigning FEPs by cluster, focus on student achievement, strategic plan for each board goal, eliminate out-of-state travel, need to focus on peer programs, use district experts, increase communications, incorporate community resources, surveys to see if teachers value programs.
Summary as well? Okay.
I had a lot more words thrown in there, but that was a good jacket cover. Good job, Mark.
Okay. Ada.
Okay. I guess first I wanted to address kind of our board and some things that I kind of envision us doing better as a board. And I sent you all a rough draft of a statement that I hope will replace what has been on our public website about the board. I don't think I sent it to you guys, but the board got it, and Kimberly and David, but I can send it to you. But it's much shorter and I think more concise. And but in looking at that, at the old one, there is one thing that I agreed with that I didn't really necessarily want to put there, but the board sets the tone for the district especially in issues of trust and morale. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, and that's not.
And do you want Rob to put it up on the screen?
Yeah, Brad got it up right now.
We don't have. Okay. I wasn't going to spend a whole lot of time on it, but.
I've got it ready.
Well, I didn't want to spend my time on it, so I'll let you. But I think we do have an obligation to build trust among each other and to exemplify that to the rest of the cabinet and the district. So we're an important part of trust and morale in the district. I would like to see us function more like a PLC where we're evaluating ourselves. So I'm really excited for this day and this chance to look at ourselves and figure out where we need to improve. And I think this survey really helps us in that direction. I want to suggest, and I don't know how Julie feels about it, but your workload far exceeds that of anybody else on the board, and we talked about working to balance that.
You can't have any of my schools, Ada.
If you want to balance that, if you need help in balancing that, I'm just saying that. But I think we should
Look at
do
it.
that.
Okay.
We do have a lot of policies that need updating. We have a lot of work to do. As a policy committee, we're looking at a lot of work.
We're on it, we're overwhelmed, we're behind.
But I think we should be doing like one policy each board meeting. Just keep it churning.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of work to do there. I would like to see us using our handbook. It looks like this. Using this more in our meetings to train and to remember what it is we're aiming for. I think, Sara, you've been really vocal about us learning how to dialogue better, and I think we are doing better. Just having articulated that, but I think we could do better. So I think we need to learn to dialogue better. And in general, I think there is an appetite for a tighter, leaner budget. I don't want to attend any activity or have any benefit that I'm embarrassed to admit to a public that we have, you know. I think there's an appetite for tightening budgets and doing things cheaper, especially if it means something better for our kids. Now, that said, I guess my main areas of focus, I would like to be more focused on teacher support. And as you recall, we did the Hanover survey. We need to look at this data. This is good data. It tells us about what our teachers' concerns are. And well, the top concern was better work-life balance, which I think speaks to your points about class size. That's a big piece of it. It's not the only piece, but they value professional development. They agree that there's a need for how to use technology in instruction and in their classrooms. Integrating, that's what it is, integrating technology into instruction and classrooms. They need to understand our vision for learning better. It's one of my personal goals to have us have a more diverse teaching pool and administrators, meaning multicultural. And I know that they say that school-based professional development days and team collaboration in the summer are their most preferred professional development formats. So it's kind of an in-house. They can accomplish so much just in-house. Some other ideas, this is my dreaming.
Great.
But I'd love to have the child care industry in Utah, if you've read a recent article, is kind of, as they call it, a failed market. It's just not working. And I would like to see us as acting as a business supporting our teachers in their child care needs. And if that means providing or contracting at least one in-house child care facility per cluster, would that be a start? Is that something we could do? I'd love to pay living wages for our qualified paraprofessionals. And you've heard me say that before, but I think as long as we are paying McDonald's wages, we're going to get McDonald's quality, and they'll keep rotating in and out of our special ed classes. And we lose a lot of talent that way. I'd love to see us give our teachers more earning opportunities. And especially when they're raising their families, wouldn't it be, instead of peaking at retirement, is there a way that we can give them that opportunity to peak when they need the money, which is when their families are young? I think we work at continuing to improve our student to professional ratios in social and emotional wellness support, which we've already begun. But I think we have room to improve those ratios. Make sure that our mental health benefits are adequate for our teachers and their families. Let's see. And I think on the state level, I think there's an opportunity for us, especially now that the tax reform was repealed, that we have an opportunity to advocate for better funding on the state level. I think it's been demonstrated that the public is in favor of keeping funding education high and adequate, and we can leverage that to get better funding on the state level. Okay, so that's teacher support. My second initiative that I'd like to see is community engagement, which goes along with some of the things that you've already said. Let's see. I really, we have to have this, as we go out for the bond, we need to have these conversations with our public about what our strategic plan is, especially for having equity across the district. And I really believe in involving our public in that conversation. I want to have a strategic plan for our minority population. They have particular needs, and I think that we need to address those and communicate with that community. We talked about having a white paper on the district split question and what that looks like, and I think that's being developed. Shane, is that right? We're kind of working at a white paper on the district split
Working
questions.
with Hanover to say what are the variables, what are the factors that others have considered as they have done.
Okay. And I still think we need to get that written down. I'd like to see us using our district community council more effectively. I was kind of disturbed to read this in the report that Rhonda sent us. I'm just going to take it. I'm not sure who this was, but she said, "This is a lot of volunteer time I'm putting in to attend the school's monthly meeting as well as the DCC monthly meetings, plus extra meetings for clusters and etc. I'm really wondering what my role is. I do not expect to always get immediate answers on everything, but I'm not being able to answer the most important questions or concerns. Nor do I feel like I can get them correct information in a timely fashion." Anyway, that disturbs me when I hear a district community council, our best supporters saying, "I don't know what my role is." And I see them, that we could use them better as people that we consult with, people that are serving on our committees. I think we need to do a better job there of making that more than just busy work for them. I'm excited about the Alpine Foundation and what that could be as we communicate our needs to the community. I think there's great potential there. In the area, I think if we focus on those two, a lot of things will happen in the area of student achievement. I do believe that K-3 class size reduction is something we need to work at and continue to build that hotspot fund the FTE fund that we're using now. If we can continue to build that, I think that would be an asset. I think there's potential to strengthen our school community council leaders and principals by training them in the best practices across the district in school community council. Best practices, giving them a vision for learning and helping them to see what they can do to innovate. And I also think that there is a need, this is kind of outside the regular student achievement goals, but to redefine, I've heard you articulate this, Scott, to redefine what success means for our alternative schools, and also redefine the funding for our online schools. We can work with our legislators for that. I think we need to keep a running list and maybe put this up with our board goals of what do we need an advocate for? What are the causes or the issues that we need to approach our legislators for? And I'm all for starting a list like that. Okay, I think I'm done.
Mark, what do we got?
That
I
was a
just have to
lot.
warn you that I only give 3 bullet points for each person. So I try to combine things that seem alike, but we use our handbook more, revise policies, revise the online board document, tighter and leaner budget, K-3 class size reduction for kind of policy type things, focus on teacher support, more diverse teacher pool, childcare, more earning opportunities, more teacher support, mental health benefits. Community engagement, on bond plan, minority engagement, use district community council more effectively, train principals and SEC and best practices, define what success means in school.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Did you get 3 pages?
Yeah, it was the two that were stapled in the extra
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have another one for Mark?
Yeah, I've got 3 more here. So we can go in here. I just pass this over. I don't know if there's not enough for both of you, because I only made 8, but you can share one.
Mark?
I didn't keep one, and Rob didn't keep one
Oh,
because we
okay.
weren't sure how
All right, then why don't you guys share one?
distributed.
And by the way, in this document, Sam, that you sent us, or Rhonda sent us, I think we need a bigger copy of this, but,
It's on the wall in the.
yeah.
That was big.
But this area focus right here, that's community relations, and we seem to be needing to work on that.
All right, Sarah.
I'm humbled at the detail and the thought that these other people have put in, and I hardly endorse everything that's been said so far. My list is very, very simple, which you'll be glad to see. I was thinking of SMART goals and thinking of the fact that I don't believe any organization should have more than 3 or 4 goals, really, because you can't work on more than that at once. It's just too much. So if you look at the first page, I think we ought to continue with the goals that we had last year, because I think these are important. Continued efforts to attract and retain highly qualified teachers. A lot of things that we've talked about would fit in that category. And I think we're going in a good direction. We've improved the starting salary. I love Rob's idea of contributing to the 401k. I think that's a significant step. I think that will really help a lot. And I do think we need to look at class size and equity. Those are huge issues. Continue efforts academically. We're not quite here yet. 90% graduation rate, we're there. I don't think we've hit 90% of 3rd graders on level, have we? I don't think we're there. And 95% of 9th graders on track to graduate. Oh, thank you.
Sooner said than done.
Goal has been
Wow,
accomplished
that
today.
was
You should laminate
pretty
it
neat.
your place now.
That's just what I was
This is
thinking.
right.
I have a laminator.
We can do that. Are we there with 95% of 9th graders on track to graduate?
I think we're on 93.
I don't think we're quite there, are they? We're close. We're close, and I think we're going to see some impact from some of the legislation we had a couple of years ago about truancies and absences and so on. I think that's going to come back to bite us big time in the next year or 2, because we had a huge shift with kids who said, "You can't make me. You can't make me go to school anymore. There's no teeth anymore." And I think we're gonna see that reflected. I think we're gonna see a dip in graduation rates, because there's a whole group right there, and then they've done some things to remediate that, but I do think I think that's gonna come back. So with those efforts, we're not there yet with 2 of them, but we're getting there. We're working on it, and so it's a good direction. I would like to add a 3rd one. I would like to include 90% of 6th graders entering middle or junior high school on grade level in math and science by the year 2022-23. This will allow time to implement the new science core and the new math curriculum. I am really, really concerned about our elementary teachers getting hit with 2 major shifts in the same time period. And it takes a while. Science is so massive. It is not just a shift of new core ideas, it is a shift in the way you teach. And our science core implementation has been medium effective. I've heard a lot of complaints because it's not grade specific and because they're not giving the teachers enough help. I mean, they're supposed to have these, I call them discrepant events, but these events. And instead of giving teachers, like in 3rd grade, here are 3 possible events you can use for every one of these things. They gave them one 6th grade example and said, "You go figure it out." That is not what they need. They don't have time. I think our responsibility is to say, here's some possibilities, here's the way it looks, here's the way it sounds, here's what we can do to support you. So I'm really concerned that we're hitting them with the new science core, which we have to. And it's a good core.
Summer collaboration.
It's a good core. I love the direction it goes. It's good. But we're also hitting them with new math curriculum. And we're piloting 3 different curriculums and all this business. That's gonna hit our elementary teachers really hard in the next couple of years. And they need time. They need nothing else added to their plate at all. They need time. It took me about 5 years to really get a core working. You know, the first year you try some stuff, the second year you revise it, the third year you throw out some stuff that you didn't throw out last. I mean, really, it takes several years. And so I think we need to do this. And the reason I think we need to do this is, as I looked at test scores, we've got math scores consistently in the 50s. That means about half of our kids are not proficient where they should be in math at their grade level. That, I think, is a crime, especially since we're living in Silicon Slopes right here, and there's a high need for math. I think we have got to address the math crisis sooner rather than later. In science, I looked at one of my schools, and they had 28% in science. That means 72% of their kids have no clue what's going on in science. Either they're not teaching it, or they're not teaching it effectively, or the kids aren't getting it. There's a problem when 28% of your kids are proficient in science. So I think it's time to hunker down, like you were saying, laser focus on this, adding nothing else to these teachers' plates. Secondary is a different situation, but elementary, I think we really have to give these teachers some help. And so there are several things I think we can do. I think we do better PD. I think we can give them more time. And I also think we can add nothing else to their plate. Now, if you look at the next page, I looked at key issues from 2018, and I kept the same board goals. But I think the key issues are what a lot of you are looking at. And as I looked at the key issues, I'm not sure where we're at with some of these. So the next page is topics for study session. And I developed my topics list before I went to key issues, and I discovered there's a pretty direct alignment. A really direct alignment, like I was, yeah. And so I really, really would like to go back to some of these key issues, so maybe some of the things we've talked about become the key issues. For example, they said arts. There is a bucket load of research that support the arts and the value of arts in helping children not just be well-rounded, but helping them think better. It develops new neural pathways, all kinds of things. And so arts was on here too. I'd just like to have a discussion. I'd like to have a report on what's happening with the arts in the elementary schools. How many schools have orchestras? How many of them have choirs? How many do a school play? I just want to see where we're at. How many of them have art specialists? I just kind of would like to know where we're at with that. Another thing I've got on here is I would like to have a session on test scores. And I don't remember doing that last year at all. I'd like to have by cluster, by school, 2 years, because we know RISE has some significant implementation issues. And I would just like to see where are the scores in every school in those key areas. And I'd also like to know where our district ranks in the state. Because when you look at the scores, what they give you, your papers look like this, and they compare the school to the state average. I'm not particularly interested in that as much as I'd like to know where our district, we're the largest district, are we #1 with student achievement? And if we're not, why not? Are we 5? Are there other districts that overall are higher than we are in student achievement? What are they doing that we're not doing? What can we learn from them? So I'd like to just see that, because someone told me that we're 5th in the state. My question is why? I mean, being larger, we have more minorities, we have more ELL kids, we have a lot more children we're trying to service, so we have a lot broader palette of strategies that we need to be using for those kids. But I just like to know where we're at. The second one is the arts pay. Gifted programs. Gifted programs are on here. This is realign and improve. I don't really see that happening. We had a shift in directors, so that means they need time to kind of get their feet. But FYI, the state had held up our gifted funding for months this year because they have a new criteria, a new requirement, and that is minority participation wage in all districts is low, because this is where we need to talk to Jose from our Latinos in Action. We really need him, and I asked him if he would be willing to talk to us about this. The problem we have is identifying those kids who are moving in from other countries who are very bright, but they're still learning English. And how do we service those kids? It is now a state requirement that we have more inclusion and that we really service those kids. So I think we need to look at that and say, as a district, what are we doing for our brightest kids wherever they are? And we have bright kids who have learning disabilities, they're twice exceptional. And how are we helping those kids? So I would like to have an in-depth look, and I know Jamie needs time to get her feet on the ground because she's new. But I think that we need to look at that, and before we expand programs, there are several programs where kids are being put in the gifted program to equalize class size, and they are not qualified, and it's dragging the entire program down. I know one program that has 10 kids that do not qualify. I mean, they're not even close, they're not even like, they have 3 groups, they say here's the kids that qualify, here are the kids that are right on the board, here's the kids that are, they have 10 kids in this bottom group, where their reading scores are in the 60s and 70s. They are not gifted, and they shouldn't be there. But without them, they can't run the class because they don't have enough kids. I think we need to take a look at those issues and make sure principals aren't dumping kids into those programs to equalize their class sizes. And that is happening at least one school that I know of. So I think we need to take a look at that, but I have a vested interest in that, as you all know. Okay, standards-based report cards, I would like to look at that as well. Do parents like it? Is it really doing what it needs to do? Because I'm getting some feedback that teachers aren't really crazy about this at the elementary level, and they feel like they're not teaching the depth and the breadth that they used to teach because it's not on the report card, and that it has become the top instead of the start. It's become the ending place instead of the starting place for some schools. I'd like to know what's happening to the Apollo program. As I understand it, the first 2 cohorts were doing great, but virtually every principal in that original cohort has been changed. There are different schools, which should be good, but the program is going to come watered down and changed to the point that it doesn't even exist anymore. And we put a lot of resources into that, and it was a good direction to go, and the kids loved it. But for example, Steve Shumway is willing to come back and do in-service for cohort 3 and 4, and he hasn't even been asked. And you can't, the water's not getting the end of the row, I think. So if we're going to abandon that program, let's just say we've abandoned it. But if we're not, then let's support it, yeah. Then the 6 Cs, I've got some concerns about 6 Cs. I will go hear Michael Fulham tomorrow before I make any further judgments. But I understand that we've created rubrics and that we're going to ask teachers to grade kids on rubrics for the 6 Cs. And I'm thinking that is a burden I don't think you should put on the 3rd grade teacher who's trying to implement a new science and math board. I just don't. We've always graded on citizenship, but the citizenship in the 6 Cs is global diplomacy. There's very little correlation to the citizenship that we have traditionally stressed. I have some very big concerns about the way that's being implemented, and I'd like to have a report on that. Not that it's not good stuff, but I think I probably have a basic philosophical difference with Michael Fulham. As I looked at his rubrics, going from emerging to proficient, like on citizenship, his proficient is like world-class diplomacy. He's looking for skills that you would ask a president or senator to have, and he's asking that of children. And I'm not sure that's appropriate. I don't think that our emphasis should be global citizenship as much as national, but you guys, I've been doing history for 28 years. I am really big into citizenship and all that. And if you look at Michael Fulham, it's community and world. His emphasis is world citizenship. There is no national. And I don't think our children have responsibility to solve the problems in Finland or Guatemala or something else. And I don't think their children have a responsibility. They don't have enough background knowledge. I think they have a responsibility in their own families, their communities, their countries, and that they can learn from each other. But I disagree with his rubrics on several levels, in several of the rubrics. I'm struggling with Michael Fullen, and you just need to know that. At this point, I'm not very supportive of him, but I'm gonna go hear him tomorrow and hope he can change my mind. But I have some deep concerns about his emphasis, and if we modify it for our own needs, fine. And I just would like a report on what we're doing with that. I wanna see our rubrics, and I hope they're different than his, because I don't like his very well.
And
Some of them were fine, but some
you
of them
were
I
on the
don't.
curriculum committee, which should be a
Yeah,
place where we talk
they
about
know
that.
how I feel. They do. Okay, so basically, in terms of goal, my one goal would be to look at math and science, 90% and so on. But the suggested topics for study session go along with more like key issues. Like, there's some other things I think we ought to be looking at that would help us get there. And I agree, laser focus, let's not be distracted, let's really support our teachers and what they have to do. Because the bottom line is what happens every day in the classroom.
Did we write them up accurately to reflect your position?
Yep, looks good, perfect.
Okay.
Mark is a master at summary.
You only get 3 points.
Cut figure out. I only had 3.
Squeeze them all into one.
That's fine.
That's okay, I only had 3 points.
There you go.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
No pressure, Sarah.
No, I love it.
Sarah will
I
be
just need
next.
some water.
Okay.
Where's the laminator?
This is the one down. No,
What we
it's-
should have done is on the back, that we can do like all of our key issues, so then you can flip it and
That
say
would
like,
be
how are
really
we
cool.
doing? And
That's really old. Actually, we should do these, downstairs.
Oh, and we need you to like start board goals.
We used to have a laminator downstairs.
Okay, Sarah, this is. And look at this, look at this.
I was sorry about that. I thought, oh, did you get that for associates? You didn't do that for associates. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, I think she's,
It's from
It's gotta be from Courtney.
Courtney, and that is supposed to be a letter opener.
That's a letter opener? It's a really cool looking one.
We will never prioritize.
Rob, I need to put mine up there. I don't know if I should do this now or.
ooh, do you wanna connect to the AirPlay?
I don't know how to do that.
Well, Rob just showed me how, since you've got a Mac, you should be able to do it.
Okay, so I go into what?
I got it there, it has a TV on it.
Superintendent conference room, board room,
The,
240, 220,
yeah, it's supposed to
210.
be, 220.
Okay, now I have to have a
Like that is.
password. What's the password?
8898.
It's currently mute, so someone's got to turn off theirs. Oh, maybe it's yours.
There, now do it.
Now do it. 220. And what was it?
8898.
What school is this?
The next thing is,
And who's the teacher?
She is the English department head.
Who is it?
right?
Is it
Why?
Look first one, oh no, it gets worse, look at these, they're bad.
We haven't had
They,
it.
on the term, 8th grade ALL English, they did.
Yeah, my goodness.
About 6 Cs. They did no reading, they read Harry Potter, that's it. Right.
I had my kids read 15 books in eighth
This
grade.
mom, 15 classes, she pulled her kid out of class.
Okay, I want to review.
Okay, but look at it,
I've
gets worse.
had so many parents come in and say, boy, since you left the
Look at this one.
and it doesn't have to be that way.
That's how she taught communication. I went to
I've
look,
been able to do
show me what a good citizen looks like.
Go there, that not necessarily,
Here's a do
The
better.
idea is that
6 Cs are
you
blah, blah,
have-
blah. Do you know what other C
It's all
words?
falling in the hands of the category.
What other C words can you think of?
I just don't know.
8th grade ALL, what school is this? Language, and this is the class non-native that student is going to be next year. I sent all of this to Rob. No,
it's
here's
just
another
ridiculous.
one. Make a picture about what you think a good citizen looks like.
This is like second grade stuff.
If we had more classrooms.
This is
I'm
not.
seriously swearing. She
was like, you know what I did in 8th grade? We memorized the first 18 lines of each Canada because it was first. And then we memorized the entire Bill of Rights. That was our first 2 memorizations.
But,
You know what I mean? It's like, let me tell you something. I have been pushing for years to get a core curriculum for our GT classes, our secondary GT. And if you say, okay, here is what GT kids should be doing.
And she's been teaching for 10 years.
Let's say, go to tuition.
You might have.
And if I don't know her, then we can encourage her to take my class.
Anyway, no,
What are you gonna do?
I can go to her.
kids, but I'm like, are you kidding me?
You're not
Well,
gonna
that's
get,
right.
you're not gonna get 25 and 15.
Anyway, this teacher sent me that after having another major concern with this teacher. First term, this is second term, she's like, I don't homeschool for English. There's so much she told her kid. But I'm sitting here thinking, my kid is gonna be in this class next year. Are you kidding me? Drop pieces of paper and take them down?
when I looked at that data,
Okay, we need to talk about this. And we need to talk to Jamie. I really,
My other kids don't really like this teacher.
anyway, when you, I was actually
but what, you know, but if you wanted to know citizenship,
there was a big difference?
read the history tales. Let's talk citizenship. Read some American history documents.
I was like, Rhonda, I'm going This
It's ridiculous. No, you're supposed to be embedded in the curriculum.
But so are teachers.
So in 8th grade, it's supposed to be integrated with U.S. history, and there are a lot of citizenship issues. There's nowhere to integrate with U.S. history. Let's look at the loyalists and the Revolutionary. Let's look at what happened to them. Let's look at their homes and burn. Let's look at the.
Here's the best part.
Let's
Those
look
kids are going to high school
let's
next
look
year.
at this.
Or let's dissect the reasons the Tories existed. What were some of the specific ways they manifested?
You know what? A third of the colonists were Tories. A third. Wait, let's get into the real issues. And then, you know, we did I did Constitution and Bill of Rights first. And that was the whole year was rights. And anytime, I read the newspaper articles every single day almost, saying, what do you think about this? What is this in the Constitution? What do you think about this? You know, we need to talk to school where they kids parents about. And then, I mean, you guys okay, so, you know what? I have a whole curriculum and I have it written up and I just give it to you.
Well, I just, my problem is I don't have a problem with teaching the 60s. This is getting.
I don't want tests and I don't want to do I don't want to ask
Drop
teachers.
pieces of paper and take them down? How is that teaching them a single dang thing? Like maybe in kindergarten? Except what is it even teaching kindergartners? It's not teaching them anything.
You know what? My observation is people don't understand if they have a class and I do research, I'm doing another book right now, just like this one. It's going to be out for public, I'm going to read something, see what he says.
Anyway.
I've got 20 books on this, and it's on problem solving. Creativity is problem solving.
Was like, I'm out because I'm just for my kid out. This is what's happening.
Okay, well,
And I was like,
so you would support one of my skill topics is and why don't we have a unified curriculum? Why don't we say, if your child is going to a GT program in junior high school, here is what you can expect. These are some basics.
I am loading up.
Everyone will
Getting
do
here
this.
for discussion. So I'm gonna stay
That
alert.
either makes you super nervous
That
or.
just means I'm gonna be super alert,
Oh, okay.
hanging on every word.
Okay, okay.
That's one of the problems. Yes, yeah, it's a big problem. And that's what.
That is actually something that I'm a little bit embarrassed about is if I don't eat during study sessions, I fall asleep. So it just seems too long.
Oh, I know, I'm the same
Right.
of that vein. Sometimes things are just too long, short and last. That's why, you know, when I used to teach primary, I had parents, I'm so sorry, I'm just so ramped up. I'm like, are you kidding? 3-hour church? For a kid?
Hey Sarah, I like your choice of snacks.
I know, I'm sharing, this is part of my presentation.
I don't eat anything that was made in October for December. I don't eat anything after December, just so you know.
You're good, expiration date is not for another month and a half. So you're good.
Where they
You're good.
Yes.
Look at that. Oh, you know, I just had to have, like, I had little ideas.
All right. Are we ready?
I like your pictures. You've already got 3 pictures on the first slide.
Well,
Mark, don't show preferential treatment to Sarah because she has a photo. That's not fair.
I already like her ideas better just because of the pictures.
See?
pictures help, guys.
Oh, and
I know, I'm telling you.
man, that's another.
Your water doing okay?
Whoa, that was close.
Oh, I knew. I saw that.
Oh, you knew? I was getting worried.
I'm an expert on volume.
It's a talent.
Oh, you're welcome.
Are you bribing us?
Whatever it takes. I will absolutely.
You don't have a problem with that?
Yeah.
You want me to set the timer for 5 minutes? How the break was?
Yeah, that was 10 minutes there.
There's only 2 bathroom, like restrooms
So,
in
yeah,
the women's
yesterday
restroom.
with your wife.
You know, a lot of women upstairs.
There's another restaurant downstairs.
The young lady in our state said, cancer, and then took out her hip, her rod from her hip, she had a tumor the size of a football on her thigh. Took out her femur. So she changed her knee to, her hip. Titanium rod. She's free.
How old is she?
18, 19?
Is she at the high school?
No, she graduated. And put in for admission, got clearance from the doctor, called primary care responsibility. Admission department rejected it. Question heard, so admission department say, what do we need to do? They sent some guidelines. She needs to walk 6 miles a day for 30 days. Every day, so she can do that. Some do, but I haven't.
Well,
Julie,
especially
would it be
places that
okay
they
if we
probably
go to our
would send over
calendars
speeding
and
cars.
Yeah.
set another meeting?
Missionary department, as you know, they are like
Maybe it already almost started.
sticklers.
Oh, yeah. I'll call it practice.
Yeah. So here was my
You know,
thought
it's so
process
funny
on
because
this.
Sam's
Sam
brother
know
was
what
in
your
prison
thought
once,
process
same
is.
thing, yeah. He had
75 minutes.
something had
And
happened.
at first I
with
thought,
missionaries.
you know, do we each do a
And
half hour and then do
he
15
didn't
minutes for
feel like it was
discussion, but
set
then
time.
Amber had mentioned that would be more effective to
Was it
have
just-
people each question
You know what I
to
mean?
go.
And,
So I was thinking I could take the first half hour because I tend to talk really fast, especially when I'm nervous and I'm gonna be nervous.
No.
And then that leaves you more space because I feel like you have more to talk about as far as whether it's the K-16 Alliance or Vision for Learning. Like I feel like you can kind of fill that space.
And so.
I don't know how you, if that makes you uncomfortable or what your thoughts are about that.
Sunday we do well met.
Okay, let's get started again, huh?
I'm fine to do
Sorry about that, Scott.
whatever you're comfortable with. I think that a lot of times, if it can come across as a conversation that we're having with them, you and me together, and it just flows,
Right.
rather than you have a particular part, and I have a particular part, it's almost, I would suggest that we
Sarah, it's your turn. Let's hear what ideas, what are Sarah's
have a
ideas?
discussion with them.
Yeah, at lunch, should we try and calendar
Lots
something?
of participation.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to go down to.
I was just gonna play just a little bit
Are you
of.
available?
Oh, sorry.
Is that what we're supposed to say when you're
I was
done?
just getting ready for mine, but. Moab, of course, because they do that
just
Oh,
very
nice to arch your life well. Here we
What a
go.
coincidence that that just
Oh,
happened.
I know, it's so weird. I do have chocolates to share.
Oh my gosh.
Life is like a box of chocolates. No, someone, ORM Junior gave this to me, so I want to share because there's no way I'm going to eat that, so pass it around. Do we have the clicker, Rob?
I do have the clicker.
Can I have?
Absolutely.
Or maybe I'll just sit. I don't need to stand.
No.
Please stand.
All right.
It's awesome.
Fine.
If you stand, you're from a position of authority, and that means we listen more.
Plus, we can see your head over the top of your lap.
We need a USB plug.
Oh, yeah, because I don't have one. All right. But you know what I'm gonna have to do? And you'll appreciate this because you're in your, are you in your 60s or your 70s? I'll have to wear my readers, it's so annoying. I'll have to do the school teacher thing. So. What do I do? I'm letting you, because I don't know.
I think it's probably just working.
Is it on there? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. So I asked Scott actually if I could go last because I wanted to take the temperature of the room. And funny enough, a lot of us have said similar things, very, very similar. So that tells you how cohesive this board is when we're thinking about the same thing. So I think that's just a wonderful thing. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to talk about was focusing on implementing alternative learning and teaching models and methods. I'm on the budget committee, and when I just hear how much schools cost and knowing what the enrollment figures are going to be looking like 5 to 10 years from now, I think I'm going to have an aneurysm. I just cannot imagine this district spending that much money on buildings. And so I'm really thinking we need to start focusing on, cutting edge, what a 21st century high school really looks like. And as we know, and who knows, maybe that's not going to be so many classrooms. Maybe they'll be a little bit different, but I like the idea with Lake Mountain and how they had, they had that different learning model because they weren't quite ready to go to school. And what we thought was such a sad thing at first has turned out to be a blessing. Why? Because students really liked that model. Parents were like, wow, this is kind of a good idea. So if anything, it kind of put a little taste in their mouth of what possibly could be, if we started looking at things. And when I talk about alternative learning models, I'm also thinking of our online schools. And I think I'm safe to say, and you guys know this, it's not lost on you if you've had kids in high school, they don't feel the same way about school that you felt about high school. It's totally different. You have to talk them into going into assemblies or going into games. They really are not into the social realm as much as we were 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so a lot of them want in, out, just give me what I need and I want to get out. And so in a way it can be a blessing to us as a district because if we can help support that type of mindset, then we may be off the hook at providing such big, large, huge schools if we can have some of them. Now, I'm not talking elementary schools, obviously, but at least high school. So I want us to be looking at cutting edge. The whole idea of school systems is an archaic idea in the sense that 150 years ago, they were preparing people to be factory workers. And that just isn't the case now. So collaboration and different things and technology will help. The other thing that I want to talk a little bit about was teacher retention. And Amber, did a great job giving us data and statistics and talking a little about, oversized classrooms. And I know that part of the argument of that when you talk about oversized classrooms is you get in the argument of, our teachers are on productivity models, it's something that they're prepared for, blah, blah, blah. They have, early birds, later gators, and different, But the point is that when you have, and we had a superintendent meeting last week with one of our schools that said the ideal was, 25? Is that what they said the ideal was? And they said, funny, you get to 29 and they just go crazy, but that 4, just even 4 less is huge. And that is, so when we talk about that, there is that argument of, they're on the productivity model, but there is teacher morale. And that links carefully into retention. And if that is one of the goals of this board, and Mark talks about that too, it's a huge concern we have of keeping these teachers. We need to make sure that the teacher morale is up where it needs to be so that they want to stay. So smaller classrooms do help with teacher retention, obviously. Narrowing our focus and goals, just like everybody else had mentioned. I sometimes feel like if someone were to say to me as a board member, so what is the goal of the school district? I'm not kidding. I don't think I could spew that out very fast. Because I'm like, well, and I mean, the obvious is there, but I think it's the same thing, what Sara said. You need to, any good company, corporation will have a goal. And I feel like we're all over the map. We need to make sure that we're narrowing our focus, narrowing our goals down to one or two things. I think it would help us and also help our teachers and pressure that administrators had. I think it was, we were all sitting there at a K-12 meeting and where an idea was presented of some other program that was going on, and we all sat at the table kind of, I mean, we as a board were sitting there going, feeling a sense of exasperation, like this is one more thing. And then board members were writing down things, programs, and I think the list, I had it on my phone, I took a picture of it. I mean, it was 25 things. So afterwards, I approached a principal, and it's not someone from my cluster, I'm just gonna say, but it's someone I knew, and I said, when you hear things like this, how do you respond as a principal? And he's like, do you want the honest answer? And I said, yes. And he said, I honestly let it go in one ear and out the other, because I'm so overwhelmed. I just can only do what I can do, what I know, and what I know works. And so we need to be careful that we're not overwhelming the system. Same thing kind of what Julie said about utilizing members of our district. I want to be the district in the nation that people are like, what are you doing in Alpine? Because maybe you have a travel moratorium, you're not traveling to all these conferences, but you guys have really good, cutting edge, amazing things. I mean, associates to me is amazing. That we have the support of BYU and we're able to work with other districts and do what happens. I mean, I think that is one of those cutting edge ideas that we need to continue. But we have people in our district that are phenomenal teachers, that are experts in what they do. And I think now is the time that we start utilizing these people, finding out who they are. Let them come and teach something. Let them come and present something. Not everything is done. And frankly, now I'm going to get a little snooty and snotty. Really, is there any other district that's better than Alpine? I mean, seriously, there isn't. And we live in a unique community. And part of me, and I know this is going to sound narrow-minded, and I probably should be careful because I always forget these meetings are recorded, but is that...
Can we dub this out for just a minute?
Yeah, I just feel like Utah is unique in the sense that we are about family. And I know that this district knows that this district will not be as strong as families in our community. And so if we are not doing those things as a district that supports our family, we are going to lose. Because we are losing touch of what's most important is family. And so I will always be on the side of family, and I'm not confident that there are other districts that feel the same way. And frankly, I think that's why they struggle. But I think that's what makes Alpine so unique, and I want to continue that tradition. Don't expect things of our teachers that we're not willing to implement ourselves. We expect our teachers to collaborate, to go to PLCs. We need to make sure that we're doing those same things. Are we bored? When we come together, are we dialoguing? Are we making decisions? We don't just have Scott make the decision, as much as we know Scott would just love to make all the decisions. Just kidding. And the same with Sam. Sam can't just make all the decisions. He's got a team that he works with. And so we need to make sure that we're collaborating, that we are PLCing and doing those things that we expect our teachers to do. And you know, it's not easy for our teachers to do. Sometimes it's very difficult. And sometimes they have to have coaches come in because they sometimes have a toxic relationship. Well, we may be thinking about that. I'm not saying that the board is toxic, but if there comes a time where we're not collaborating and making a decision as a group, we may need to have an outside voice come in and tell us, I mean, that's for future. I just don't ever visualize that with this one. But those are just some of the things that I feel like are really important.
And I'd just throw out there, I think that Richard Stoll is a tremendous resource to this board.
Yeah, he has been.
And I don't know how much you use it.
That's true. I agree. Let's see.
Last quote. I love this quote by Brigham Young. The major work of the world is not done by geniuses. It's done by ordinary people with balance in their lives who have learned to work in an extraordinary manner. And I feel like that's it. If there's anything extraordinary about this board is we're not geniuses, but we're all willing to work hard and try to balance things. And it's hard. It is a balance game. But I guess I don't get my pyrotechnics, so that's just as good as it's going to
Oh,
be.
there we go.
Anyway, so there's my little spiel.
Thank you.
America.
Yes.
That's awesome.
You'll never see that.
Okay, here's what we have written.
Please turn off the,
Oh, my thing here, let's see. Turn off. There you go.
okay, now I think I can do here.
Oh, sorry. Actually, that just, that's a sorry that happened, that's my finger push play.
So alternative teaching models and methods, we want to look at online schools, blended learning, teacher retention, we ought to think of lowering class sizes and other things that help teachers be successful. Narrow focus on goals, fewer initiatives, utilize experts for our district, focus on families, lead by example. Don't ask teachers to do things we aren't doing. Okay?
All right, Mark.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, I will now,
You
have
Is that permanent activated, Mark? Is that why you stood up?
No, I stood up
He
to
wants to use the place
have
of
the
authority.
authority.
I don't see a photo.
Too small of a screen.
Oh, this is even better, it's moving technology.
So I was actually talking to a parent at the district community council, and we were kind of grousing a little bit about legislature, and she says, well, what would you have the legislature do? And I thought it was a great question. And I guess what I answered her was, I think they need to step up. They need to be willing to take a stand for education and really increase teacher salaries in a major way. And in Arizona, they had this 20 in 2020, where they raised teacher salaries by 20% by 2020. If we had something like that, we can't have this measly 2 or 3% cost of living increase. We need to do something bold and really, that will really allow us to make it a
Disruption.
change. A disruptive technology. And so I was kind of pointing my finger at our legislators. But I would like us now as a body to look at ourselves, right? Because for the legislature to, for example, allocate all of the income tax to education in 1 year, like if they did that, they would probably get some backlash from at least the fiscal analysts that say this isn't sustainable, and taxpayers that even though they're paying the income tax, they would balk at a big increase in teacher salaries. But that's really what's needed. And so I'm just going to ask us. I mean, I know this will be a surprise to some of you, but I'm in support of going through truth and taxation every year, because we do have the power to increase teacher salaries ourselves, this board. We don't need the legislature to do that, but it will require us to have that same ability to be bold and to maybe take a political hit. And I just think, so I only have one for my list, is I want us to really work on teacher retention, and specifically to work on, being committed. I think that in a bond year, we gotta analyze whether we go through the same number of increments as we would in a normal year. But I think we need to increase those increments. That's what the legislature expects us to do. And they're never going to have 20% increase in teacher salaries, but we could help by doing our part. So that's my only point.
We'll give you a chance to write your own notes.
That's right.
See, that won't take
It's gonna be half a page, by the way.
But only 3 bullet points.
Font size is up to
Raise
you.
taxes, raise taxes,
Raise taxes.
I'm gonna say I've enjoyed listening to each of you share all of the things that you had, and almost 100% of the items I had listed have been already mentioned. Nonetheless, I'm still gonna take some time. And I'm gonna say my items fall in 2 categories. One is about recruit, retain the very best teachers. Right? And I've got some ideas on how to do that, similar to what Mark said, similar to what you've said. The other one is about reducing class size. And I think that falls under the category of retaining teachers, but it also hits hard on providing opportunities for students. So, first of all, when it comes to teacher compensation, I want to talk regularly about compensation more than starting salary. Nonetheless, the media talks about starting salary. I would like to see our starting salary reach 60,000. And
Say that one more time.
yep, I'd like to see our starting salary reach 60,000. I'm 100% confident that it will, if you wait long enough. That I'm not sure I'm patient enough to wait that long. Part of the variances that we have across our state in salaries versus compensation comes down to issues of health insurance. How much does a teacher pay for health insurance? And it's different across the state. We had one of the presentations we received at USBA conference, really studied salaries and benefit values and cost of livings and all sorts of things across the whole state, district by district. We can make some adjustments in the premiums that our teachers pay for their insurance and therefore move money from the district's portion of insurance over to salary. We can just give them the money, and then they can choose which plan to put their money in. One of the things that is bothersome to me about our health insurance premium contribution is that depending on the plan that an employee chooses, the cost to the district goes up. As they choose a more expensive plan.
We bear the cost of their choice.
Right. They will receive a higher benefit if they choose the higher benefit. They will also pay more, but the contribution from the district is not equal. And that allows disparity in the compensation that a teacher receives. So you could have 2 teachers with the same years of experience teaching in the same school, at the same grade, all of those things that you would say make it the same, but because one chose a higher contribution plan, their total compensation value is higher. I'd like to relook at that and see if there's ways to equalize that out, or at least become closer. There are some teachers who, for one reason or another in their life, they don't receive the insurance that they're otherwise entitled to. It wouldn't bother me if they received something in exchange. We have some teachers who are not 26 yet, so they're still on their parents' plan. We have some teachers who have a spouse's plan. We have, for all kinds of reasons, they're eligible to receive health insurance, but they're not choosing it. And
So that's another inequity.
they don't receive any compensation value for what they would have otherwise received, what they were entitled to. And that's an individual choice they make, and in years past, we've talked about that, and it's expensive to suggest this, by the way. And it was a benefit to the district for those who chose not to receive health insurance, because we didn't have to pay that premium. But I am concerned about those who are not receiving it. And especially for our youngest teachers who don't need it yet because they're on their parents' plan, they could have it. And really our youngest teachers are, generally speaking, utilizing less health costs. But
But
anyway.
Scott, under Obamacare, doesn't the district, even though, someone maybe here working in their 24, under Obamacare, didn't they we still had to
Make it available.
make it
Offer.
available?
It's
So
available.
it's offer, but
Right.
not necessarily,
They don't
they could
always-
still opt in and out.
If they waive it,
If
there's
they-
no
okay.
compensation, they receive no
Okay.
benefit if they waive.
And is that still the same or is Obamacare not?
That's still the same.
So I guess my point is I'd like to consider offering something even to those who don't receive it.
Would we call it a bonus, or would we call it something else?
We can call it whatever you want. So you can just put it on the salary schedule and then they pay more in premium. So, they'll receive it, and if they opt not to, they just keep the cash as part of their salary. They can do that. Then, of course, your starting salary is much higher. It wouldn't be that difficult for us this year to raise starting salary by $6,000-8,000 and have 5 of that go back to pay your premium. But you could count that and you could advertise it. And then some would receive it and keep the cash. And some of these, I think somebody talked about young families who needed it. They may say, oh, I don't need district insurance because my spouse has insurance. We'll pay for it over here, we'll keep the cash over here. So just wanted to suggest that. Our salary schedules are complex. 15 pages maybe, 13 pages. It's a lot, and there's a lot of lanes and a lot of different pages for different jobs and tasks. Many of them are simply a calculation, right? The difference between the traditional elementary and an extended day elementary, it's just there's a percent difference. And so we've got a lane for one, and that's the base salary, and then you add so many percent, 14 or something percent from a traditional to an extended day. We could do the other way. We could just get rid of the one lane and just say, well, that's not, you receive 90-something% or whatever of this other number, and it'd be equal, but it would simplify the numbers. And then when people ask what's the starting salary, you'd say, well, it's this, extended day. And everybody who's on a traditional could be a 93 or whatever the corresponding percent is. And it just simplifies it. And it makes it a little easier to advertise a good quality starting salary. I want to talk just a minute about stackable credentials. Right? We talk about that in education, whether it's skills or certifications that you're gaining over at MATC or MTech. Sorry, Julie, MTech. And those get added to what you're doing, and you get some credit, and you move together. Our system of compensation doesn't really account for things like that. Professional work experience, ongoing work experience, or credit for research and publication, things that make you an excellent or an expert in your particular field aren't necessarily counted in our criterion. I don't know how to accomplish it because it's so easy to say, oh, you have your master's degree, you now move to this lane. But there are other things that make a teacher awesome because of the experience that they have in life or in their work profession or the extra work that they do in the summer that leads to in putting their particular field in practice. And there's value in that. But yet we don't always have the same opportunity to jump a lane because of that kind of work experience. And I think our district does really well at balancing funding increases to both classified and certified. And I think that's important that we continue to recognize. Somebody made a comment about making sure we provide a living wage to our paraeducators, depending on whatever they are. So I think that's important. I'm running out of time. Class size. For a long time, we focused on funding additional targeted FTEs to take take the edge off of schools, the impact if your student enrollment in that grade doesn't happen to fit an equal multiple of the funding ratio, right? And so those targeted FTEs have been really good at avoiding a class that's 5 or 6 or 7 higher just because that happened to be the number of students in that grade. I think it's time to also start making progress on actually reducing those student to teacher funding ratios. And I'd like to, it'll take some time and it's expensive, but I'd like to see us improve by 3 or 4, and maybe that takes 3 or 4 years doing one at a time. Or maybe it takes 6 years doing half of the grades and half the grades, things like that. But I'd like to see us start doing that. Hopefully we can find funding to do it, but I think we need to make progress there. I have concerns about productivity in the junior highs. It is a great way to increase the salary for those teachers because they are working extra hard. They've got much larger classes, and that's where that money comes from, is by having to work extra. It's not necessarily a great thing for the students to be in extra large class sizes, and I don't think the parents appreciate it at the level that our teachers appreciate the extra money. So I'd like to look at that. So here's a couple of ideas for where to come up with money. Oh, time ran out. Give me 5 minutes extra, like Amber.
Until 11, right?
I talk as fast as I could.
So this last section I have, I called it efficiencies. Where can we find some efficiencies? I really appreciated the learning that our district gained from the Lake Mountain blended education and campus use. And there may be some ways to improve or implement that throughout and increase our efficiency. I've been a great champion of East Shore and the classes they have, especially those most popular ones. I would like to see 70 to 80% of our sophomores getting 2 or 3 credits or 4 credits, classes, credits a whole year. So 2 or 3 or 4 classes completed through East Shore. And I see that as a way to remove some credits out of their scheduling obligations, and it allows us to repurpose some of our FTEs so that they can be placed in some of our core classes and have smaller class sizes there, because we now have more FTEs because we don't need as many teachers teaching the other classes. I'd like some of our students to have more application-based opportunities. Not just learning. I love the Apollo programs. I love these things that where the students actually turn it into use in their in actual lifetime kinds of experiences. Hence, I like some of the things that work experience for a teacher, so they can say, this is how we use this in actual professional use. And I have concerns about some of our state funding models that are based on seat time as opposed to accomplishments, credits earned and given. It's going to take some effort to improve that, but I'd like to make sure that as we give our students credits earlier, that they still get funded for the whole year, even if they graduated in February, or some of our students do that, and it interferes with our average daily membership. I'd like to work on that in terms of state funding. That's all I got.
Okay.
Gonna go over 3 extra minutes? Okay. Still better. Alrighty. Let's just take a minute or two each, if you wish, and tell us if there's anything that was on your list that you forgot or that you rethought of, or that needs a little more emphasis from your items. Amber, anything you needed to?
No, I see similar themes in all of our discussions, and I think, to me, it's not gonna be hard to come up with board goals. What may be harder is to come up with a map that gets us to that goal. Because it seems like we have similar macro ideas, but maybe there are differences in how we think that macro idea should be addressed. So I think that's great. It seems like, to me, out of the 7 of us, they were very similar. The same thing was brought up a lot, so I think that's great.
It'll probably, you mentioned the challenge of taking from the goal and actually accomplishing it. I'm gonna suggest that our staff is feeling that challenge. I'm not sure we need to figure out every detail of what we're gonna do.
No, I don't think so.
But, because they've got far more experience in the details of doing it. But let's give the goals, and they'll come up with a plan and what they can do and what might need to wait till next year. So, okay, Julie, any items you want to add?
No, I just love that it felt like our discussion was very student and teacher focused, which, I mean, obviously we're about public education, but I think sometimes when we get at this level that sometimes we forget that. So I really value that was the focus for everyone, was teachers and students. I think this is also awesome because I think it gives us a massive jumping off point. I mean, one of the things that I think that you brought up, Scott, I totally agree with, is the average daily membership, the funding at the state level. And maybe that's something where we start working now, whether it's with the state board or with the legislature. So I think that also gives us some things where we may not resolve any of those things like today or tomorrow in the next 60 days or the next 42 days of the legislative session. But it gives us ideas of what can we be setting up for next year, so that we do have some of those priorities happening. So I appreciate that. Hopefully this discussion will not just drive ideas, but drive action. So I appreciate that.
I really also think that this is a great opportunity to advocate for education. I think that everything I've read tells me that the average Utah citizen does not realize that earmark has been totally useless, that not all of the income tax is going to education. They do not know that it's only about 30%. That's what I read the other day. But I'm not sure if that's the correct figure. Not figured?
No.
Okay, I read it in an article, but
Definitely
anyway.
not all, though.
No, it's not all, but it's not that low.
It's not that low. Do you have any idea?
And do a little research.
See,
And when you say that, are you saying about K-12 public ed?
Yes.
Right, because there's a good chunk that goes to higher ed.
Yes.
And then there's a good chunk that goes to the rainy day fund, and there's other.
Yeah, I just think that the average Utah citizen does not know that income tax does not all go to K-12. It's not happen. Let's see, I think it's telling that the main advertisement that you hear for charter schools is smaller class size. So I think you're absolutely right, that is a driving figure in that market. In your DLI discussion, Amber, I'm just wondering, DLI is a parent choice usually, right? The parent
Yeah,
is
and like I said, I don't have any problem with DLI, I think it's an awesome program. The concern to me is if you don't choose DLI for whatever reason, that doesn't mean you're choosing bigger class sizes. But right now, according to the data, it does mean you're choosing bigger class sizes. And if parents, I don't think parents, that's not how we sell DLI. Do you
No.
want to learn a language and have way smaller class sizes? Do you see what I'm saying? But then they have bigger class sizes
In the
kindergarten
first
or
grade,
and I
yeah.
think they know that
They
when
do.
they sign up for DLI.
They do.
Because of the
But the people who
attrition.
don't choose it don't know that. So the people who, does that make sense?
So we just
That's
need
my
to be
problem. My problem
upfront
is
about
the
that.
discrepancy. I don't
You
think
said you
people
thought you had
understand that.
a solution.
Well, Alan Smithy and I have talked quite a bit. Alan's over our DLI program. One of the things that we had discussed as we talked about attrition, because Alan's a phenomenal Spanish teacher, is that what if we looked at a dynamic where because of that natural attrition that occurs, if we combine, like let's say in 5th grade, instead of having, a class of 20 and 21,
Trying to
you
maintain
actually
that.
make it a class of 41 and have like a full-time aide in there. But what you do is you put a DLI teacher in that classroom that teaches 5th grade, and then she teaches 6th grade the other half of the day. Because what we do right now is we have an English, so that there's one English teacher and one language immersion teacher in every grade level. But as that natural attrition occurs, by the time they get to 5th or 6th, could we create a dynamic where that one teacher, instead of having 4 teachers in
So it goes
5th
back
grade
to a
and
bigger
4 and
class
6,
size,
it would be
yeah.
one teacher and it would be 7 for those 2 grade levels. Am I explaining that right? So that you have that one teacher who's basically the 5th, 6th language immersion teacher, but only spending half of their day in 5th grade, half in 6th, instead of doing a 2-class split.
I see.
So because the attrition is an issue.
All right. And I just had one question for Mark. In the truth in taxation every year, are we gonna hit a max at some point? Are we gonna set a
Well,
max?
We are so far from our limit that we would, by the way, Salt Lake City School District is at their max.
They put it at
They
So
the
cannot, they
so it's
cannot get
granted, I
bigger.
think.
I think granted is.
That's scary. That is
So
scary.
So we are in a, one way of looking at it is we have a tremendous opportunity because we have so much headroom. Another way of looking at it is we really haven't done our duty for a lot of years because we've left a lot of money on the table that could have been spent on.
I explained it to, I think it was Brady Brammer, that we had kind of looked at that gap as our rainy day fund, and he was like, I
No, you told
never,
that to Dan.
was it Dan?
It was Dan, and he needed to hear that.
He was like, I never thought of it in that
Yeah.
way. Because they have a rainy day fund,
It's-
but we don't
it's a
have
little
that.
bit
Because he's been
tricky,
pushing
though.
hard for that.
Our rainy days are gonna come when there's a recession, and it's gonna be tough to raise property taxes during that time. So I'm not sure that's a very good way of thinking
So
about it.
that's not really
I mean,
accurate.
just
Part of,
It could be done, but it would be really painful for the
Yeah.
public.
You wouldn't do it.
a lot of that growth in the gap between what the tax rate is and what a max is, that's occurred as growth has occurred.
True,
So
yeah.
as the assessed value goes up, the certified rate comes down to maintain the same thing. So 10 years ago, there wasn't quite so much distance.
Well, and
between those two.
legally, we had a shorter gap, just like 2 years ago.
Correct.
Like, our gap went from .0018 to .0025 2 years ago because of a legislative change.
Right.
So we're a lot closer to the .0018 or whatever. Most of that gap was legislatively done just 2 years ago.
Right.
So,
Great. I've loved everyone's idea, and I can't wait to start synthesizing.
Okay, Sarah.
The only thing I would add is concern about our special ed teachers. That I have been checking into this, and we know we've got a 2-year lag, and that's a legislative priority, and I say hallelujah, I hope that happens.
The bill's been filed.
Yeah, good. Okay. Okay, Marcia, good Marcia, yes.
And I think this eliminates the cap that school districts were facing and the 2 years. So it's a two-part bill that helps special.
That would help a lot, because what I didn't realize is that if a school is on, like productivity or modified extended day or something, your special ed teachers are not included unless they take an increased caseload. And you can't artificially manufacture 10 more kids that need help. They already have big caseloads in a lot of cases, in a lot of situations. But if they're put on productivity, for example, or extended day pay, that money comes out of the special ed fund. And unless that money is fully funded from both the feds and the state, we don't have the money to put them on it. So, like when Foothill voted to whether or not to go on on modified extended day, they had 5 special ed teachers, and they all voted against it, and they said it means nothing to us. And they voted against it, and that's what killed it. And the result of that was 3 or 4 of their very best teachers left school the next year because they could not afford to teach in a traditional school any longer. So I'm concerned about our special ed teachers, if there's a way we can factor them in and help them, you know, if the school's on productivity, let's get them on productivity as well and give them a reasonable class size, a caseload, I mean, so.
Sara?
The one thing I was thinking about is I really do feel like we have a unique board where we're willing to take on the challenges, and it's going to hurt. And I think we need to be okay with letting things hurt. All of us are gonna have to sacrifice things that we do want really bad to make it work. Whether that's, you know, and looking at it from the standpoint of data. We need to be, if we're a data-driven, you know, district, the board needs to be data-driven. If through data we see that some schools need to be closed or we need to make some boundary changes, we need to be willing to take that on. I really think this board can make hard decisions and focus on those needs. I like the idea of maybe cutting some things out of our budget, and that's gonna sting a little bit. But I'm willing to not go to conferences myself. I mean, I just looked at one that's gonna be $199 each. You know what I mean? That's something, and we gotta talk about that. The trip moratorium, I don't think that would hurt. Again, it's a pinch, classroom sizes. So basically, approaching these things, not with emotion. I know we all feel strongly about our babies that we presented today, but we may need to be willing to come to the table and sacrifice a little bit to get some of those things done.
Mark?
I was inspired by our illustrious board president, having this vision of we want $60,000 teacher salaries. And I think that even if it's going to take us a couple of years to get there, that's something that we could publicize as a board goal that I think would be inspiring to our teachers and our public. And so I just going back to the beating on the same drum here of trying to do our part in creating financial stability for our district. I think that's a goal. I will now say there have been former board members who wanted to stop doing bonds and to save up for schools. And I think that's not a bad idea of trying, and that comes through building tax increment capacity to do that kind of thing.
Thanks. One thing I forgot to mention is that all our salaries are negotiated with our associations. So just because I want to doesn't mean that that's what they want. And it does have an impact. You got to know that the more we do to increase starting teacher salaries or additional compensation that younger teachers receive, it's going to have an impact on veteran teachers because the dollar amount received is a fixed amount. So these things might take some time to accomplish.
But remember that our older teachers, those tier 1 teachers, have really good benefit packages that our tier 2 teachers don't have yet.
And we have talked about some ideas to improve the tier 2 benefit retirement program. Let me just say, if you start with a $50,000 salary, right, and you give a 2% raise, that's $1,000. Right, so if that's all we gave, in 10 years, 50 would become 60. I don't think I want to wait 10 years. That's really where I'm headed. I think that's too long to let it just creep up a little bit at a time.
But I also think we also need to remember as a board, the mere fact that this district provides lane changes, you know, that step and lane is huge for our teachers, and it is an incentive for them to continue their education and to get paid, and they know that. I think that's, you know, we need to remember that we are offering things for them to have a salary change and encourage them to continue their learning so they can use that step and lane to benefit their families.
The study that we got at USBA looked at what you'd say lifetime earnings, career earnings under the current salary, right? And not counting for inflationary growth. But if you got the year one, you know, step one and the step two, if you add all the steps together and you added the whole compensation package for your whole career, Alpine was at the top. That's not how it comes across in the media when you're advertising starting salary for a new teacher. We're not the top starting salary. We might be near the top starting compensation package if you took all the best plan choices.
I agree. Oh, you know.
Yeah, I have a question. I was thinking about your health plan and some innovative ideas there. Do any districts give employees like an end of the year bonus if they take no sick days?
Yes,
I know some companies do that.
there are many that do.
Do we do that? Would we consider
Because there are
that?
no other districts that have a sick leave benefit like ours.
180 days.
But if they don't take it, we're saving a lot of money, right? So I'm saying if they don't have any sick days, would we want to just throwing that out, maybe give them,
But our sick leave policy is,
Very,
It's
very
very
liberal.
generous.
It's the best anywhere, and no one will implement a policy like that in today's.
it's pretty
day and age.
amazing, yeah.
So we have talked about it in negotiations in years past, but when we talk about doing something like that and modifying the current benefit, that's been a non-starter. It's been, well, we don't want to have a conversation.
But I'd love to know how many employees actually take that 180 days versus how many actually never take a sick day and they cost us nothing, basically.
Many of our employees do not take any sick days.
I'm sure they don't. And it'd be nice if we could give them the end of the year, here's an extra $1,000 for taking those sick days, or 500 or something. Anyway, just a thought.
These drastic changes to our
So-
compensation structure
It's just,
are not fully popular. Just so you know. They will not all go over well.
I'm just thinking of ways you can retain teachers.
I'm just being upfront with you.
So
Right.
to help with some of that, I'm wondering if the team was to come up with 4 or 5 ideas, like, would you rather see starting salary go to $60,000, or would you rather have 5 less kids in your class? Would you rather have this or this? Would you rather have this or this? I would like to see a teacher survey go out to teachers that says, what would you like? And even if we get 17% want this and 37% want that, to me, that would help us go, okay, we have X dollars to spend, let's put 17% of it here, let's put 37% of it here. I think it would help us know how to allocate those dollars based on what our teachers want. I mean, because I have things where, for example, I only have one school in my area that's on the traditional schedule. And last year, they voted if they wanted to go on it on extended day, and they voted not to. The teachers voted not to, which is fine. So they're choosing that they would rather have the smaller class sizes than the additional pay. And about 10 teachers left that school because they wanted the additional pay. But some teachers would rather have the smaller class sizes. And so I like that they have the opportunity to choose that. But when we get really different feedback from different people, we have the ability to make change in all of those areas, but maybe we need more information to help us decide what our teachers are really wanting. And I don't know if AEA does surveys like that regularly. I don't know.
They do survey, but they often don't share that survey information with us. And it's about half the teachers that they send the survey to, and I don't know what their response rate is. They don't get a full response rate, so it's
it may not
probably way less than half of teachers, and those who respond are.
And skewed
a
toward
certain- Yeah,
Older.
but
Specific
I mean, it's a great opportunity in the Hanover survey to ask questions. We put a couple questions in that Hanover survey about benefits, and we almost had to throw out the responses because they weren't worded clearly enough. They didn't give a full picture. In fact, as we sat around with the AEA leadership team, they said, we want to know this information when we go into negotiations, but in order to really ask a question and get good data in response to that question, we need so much more information than people may want in a survey. For instance, you just need to spend a little bit of time with an education piece, either a video that you click on that has some explanation about how
This is what we're talking about.
how the benefits offset given salary and benefits and things, and have an example there, and then you ask the question. But at that point, you have a little bit of survey fatigue. But if we could nail it on something that's really clear, we would love to get input from them.
See, I love the idea. I mean, I think if you title the survey, something like proposed changes to teacher compensation or something like that, you're gonna get more people like, what? You know, they're gonna pay attention. And then if you gave them a paragraph that said, this is what we're looking at doing, this is why, this is how it would affect you, and then had a question, and I don't think you wanna have 50, maybe only 3 or 4, maybe,
Right.
you know, over time, we could kind of gauge, I don't know. It seems hard to put your finger on what exactly they're interested in and what they would like.
You know, teachers are interested in different things at different stages of their career too.
Right.
Which we've already brought out. So if you have a teacher that's taught 25 years and they're looking at retirement, their concerns are very different than a young teacher who's would like to buy their first home.
Right,
So,
for sure.
yeah.
By the way, I think we gotta be careful. I don't know why, but if you say, I'm paying $10,000 towards your health insurance, and you say, I'm just going to increase your salary by $10,000, and then you pay your own insurance, somehow that's gonna be viewed as less than having free health insurance. I don't know
That's
how
gonna
to
be
say
like
that.
smoke and mirrors.
It's really, I'm just saying there's an emotional thing there that defies logic that you're gonna have to be careful with. If we ever tried to go to the bargaining table and said, we're gonna take away your free health insurance, it would probably be a pretty heavy lift, I think.
Ain't gonna happen.
Very true. Sounds good. Okay. Okay, let's, we got about half an hour till lunch arrives. Let's hear from staff and tell us which of these things are easy to do, which.
Pick mine, pick mine!
Are we out to lunch?
What was that? I should have wore my
Yeah,
little.
you
can have-
I knew what you were gonna say.
You can do anything you want, you just can't do everything you want.
Just cross off 2 or 3 of these that you can't do and let's leave the rest.
I think what I would suggest is that if we look at certain parts of the suggestions that you've made today, I'm glad that 3 of the 4 assistant superintendents are here and recognize that Rhonda is down at UASSP right now, helping to celebrate the selection of Gary Twitchell as the UASSP Principal of the Year. And then also yesterday, so that you know, and it was brought up, I think by Sara, the tremendous work that was done at Lake Mountain, that Mark and Cody Spenlove and that team were recognized yesterday on the state level, receiving an award for the work that they did. So with that being said, Rhonda not being able to maybe answer some of the questions that she would be over, I would just say from your perspective as the 3 assistant superintendents, maybe addressing some of the questions, the suggestions that have been made based on your stewardship. And then what I'll do is I'll kind of play cleanup at the end and kind of say, okay, well, maybe I think something else could be shared with you. So, John, is there anything, I know that for me, a very important part of it that was brought up by Sara was the question on why did we have to do the science and the math curriculum changes all at once, and would you like to explain kind of how that came about and why that's happening?
Well, I understand why it came about, I'm just worried.
Just the impact it's having.
Does everybody understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, could we just like maybe take it going from, I don't know.
Embers down and.
An organized way to approach it rather than shotgun, I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to go back to the whiteboard idea?
So would
Instead of just
anybody,
picking.
Lunch is here.
would any of you like
Early.
to? So John, do you want to talk about class sizes first?
I'd like an organized way to
The
rather than,
GLI.
Teacher retention class
rather than
sizes.
just relying on our
Yeah.
memories.
I would say too, my concern about DLI wasn't necessarily DLI itself, it was an indicator of different things that are affecting, and there's more than one, it's not just
One more
DLI.
inequality.
There are other things that are affecting class sizes that I think we've got to figure out how to address. That's what it was, an indicator of one example of that. I was trying to talk too fast.
Here's a thought. My first thing that I want to say is.
Oh, yes,
That's just what I was
Okay,
thinking.
first response is just, wow, I'm so impressed with the level of thought and preparation and the items that were identified. Wow. I mean, just given the scope of the district and our realities with budget, staffing, curriculum priorities, mandates, all of that, you all have really nailed many great issues that we can tackle. And so, of course, now is the great opportunity that we have to prioritize and select our biggest levers. And to use another metaphor, identify probably some low-hanging fruit. It's important to get early wins, as well as really looking at long-term, what's going to give us the biggest benefit. Some of these items will, if we attack, will affect some of the others. So as I think about the sheer volume that we have now to look at, which is good. This is how you want to start in any kind of a brainstorming, strategic planning. Let's name everything and put it out there. I would see that what probably needs to happen next, kind of what Ada was saying. I don't want to take a shotgun approach. Let's be somewhat systematic about it. Either this group or you give it to staff that we do some work for you and bring it back. What we need to do is now merge all the like ideas together, and then because there are repeats in quite a few of them. So then we create a list where they're merged. And then on that list, I would see that those topics that appear in 2 people's reports, 3 people's, 4, all 7, that somehow we indicate frequency next to that. So class size appeared in 4 of 7 board members' list.
Whiteboard on a board.
I can do it.
No, I'll do it, I'm right here.
I do you.
So do we want to do class size first?
Well, let me
Let's
finish the
finish.
idea
Okay.
first.
I'm excited
We don't get to write
Yeah,
on the
wow.
board.
That's not like family home meeting.
Yes.
Okay, I have a whiteboard at home.
Anyway, but if we can create this merged list where we can see the topics that were, keeping track of frequency, and those that maybe were only said one time, that doesn't mean that those aren't some of the ideas that the board collectively will rally around either. but it's just good to keep track of frequency. At that point, I think in terms of then really prioritizing, I loved what our consultant from the Wallace Foundation did to come up with what would be kind of early wins. These are things that if we just get organized, we can put this on the calendar, it can be done in 8 weeks from now, versus those that would be somewhat long-term, but would yield high results, and those that would take a lot of time, a lot of money, and we will get results that would not be worth the time and the money in the end. I mean, that's how she had us prioritize some of the feedback we got from principals on the principal timeline. So if we do some kind of prioritization like that, and that takes a lot of discussion, because there are some of these things that as you all were presenting, it felt good. Yes, there were nods, but we don't really understand it deeply, and there's a lot of facets to some, so it takes a lot of discussion when you're doing that prioritization work. But that's how I see the workflow going now, coming up with that condensed list, so we put everything in one list.
Maybe we should go through our own again and attach a fiscal note, just like the legislators. If it's gonna cost money, those may be the first ones. Hey, mine does.
We don't have to write how much it's gonna cost, but we could have the $1 sign, $2 sign, $3 sign.
Like a Yelp
like-
review.
Yeah.
Yeah, symbolic.
I know, mine are really expensive, it is.
Yeah, I think yours were the most expensive.
That's just throwing around money.
And Scott, I'll maybe just to find out too, what else is on the agenda, is this?
Yeah, that's it.
Because for a group this size to do that, I mean, probably like 3 people could do that in not too much time, but it might take more time than a full group, I don't know. And maybe we want to look at other things.
Well, this meeting is called a retreat, actually, so to me, that means no time. There is no time.
Run away.
So next we were taking time to hear from staff, then we'll have lunch, then we're gonna take some time to narrow down to 2 or 3 goals, or 4 maybe, but, and then we wanna have some time for the presentations from the NSBA presenters.
Which may not be super ready.
That's okay, you still have 2 more months.
I had a long week last week, okay?
Yeah, that's week.
Some of us are more ready than others.
Amber is so prepared.
It's magic how that happens.
I told Scott, it's rough, because Sam and I haven't even met yet, we just have the
So-
general ideas.
So if we
I
had,
I mean,
put
honestly,
my ideas in, and then Julie met with David and Kimberly yesterday.
Like, we need 5-10 minutes, we're not gonna give you the 75
It's
minute
okay.
presentation.
So
We'll
we're having
have
an
my thumbs up and
overview.
go down.
Like,
Yeah.
What needs to be worked on, what's
Just
on
they're
the
just pretty rough at this point. It might be better
That's okay.
to push it off a month.
Well, or just give us the outline so we know what you're thinking of.
well, I would propose that we go, that we do what we
On
came
a
here to
time
do.
frame, let's do lunch at 11:45, for a half an hour. Then let's take an hour to narrow them down and reach consensus on the goals. That'll put us at 1:15. Then we'll have a half an hour for presentations, and if we have strength, we can add to our list of study session topics. So, how's that? An hour to narrow it down to some goals? So, if it takes longer, then we'll have less at the end.
Mark's gonna have to put that big clock up.
Okay, Mark, I like what you're doing. I like what you're doing up there.
Are there other items on the list that we should avoid, or that are really difficult to accomplish? Or they'll have
Yes, there are.
serious pushback?
Yeah, I think you need to keep in mind that
I guess I wanna know this before we start narrowing down.
your goals, if they involve budget items, you gotta take it in through the budget process. And so you're in a meeting now with, and I think 3 of you typically would attend that budget process. but during that conversation, there are a lot of feelings expressed and ideas expressed. People will come and they will say, well, we need an additional electrician. Okay, well, that's in the M&O process. Well, are you going to say, well, we need this much money, so no, you guys can't have an electrician? And so just know that you've got to go through that process, and then like Scott already mentioned, to do the salaries, you also are limited in a way by going through with the AEA and having those talks back and forth with them to find out what they are willing to support. So it's a process that you're going to go through in order to accomplish these things. But to set your goals and to say, we think, and I'm just going to say two things. We think that teacher retention and therefore salaries for teachers is a very high priority for us. We also believe that reducing class sizes is another high priority for us. So if you were to say those two things, okay, now what does that do to, and when Rob's going to say, well, for every one student drop across the board, it's 8.8 million. Okay, where does that money come from now? So you've just got to understand that. And if you're going to increase your salaries for teachers, okay, where is that money going to come from? And are they going to want to have a higher salary than salaries and a benefit package that is either no pay or a small amount of pay? Up to this point, AEA has not been willing to go there, even though the administrators did, and so did the support professionals group. They said we would rather have more in salary because that affects our retirement than we would doing anything else. So and the teachers up to this point and their representatives have been very leery of any kind of shifting where the benefit package would now cost them money, paying out of my pocket. And we've tried to say, we're promoting this with you, we're hopeful that you'll listen to it. And up to this point, every year they've come back through negotiations and have said, no, we don't want it.
And that's 51% of our teachers.
Correct, but by it's 49%, 48%.
Less than half.
That's less than half.
But what your negotiation policy says is it's the major group that represents teachers.
So we have to.
And so you have to deal with them in that collective bargaining agreement and reach an agreement with them. It's not like you just walk in and say, this is what we're doing, and they say, oh, okay, and they sign off.
It's not. And it shouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah.
We rely on them heavily just to make sure that we're giving a great opportunity.
Right.
Because they're gonna check for us what all the other districts are doing.
But by contrast, so one of the things that Mark said was, he said we could increase the increments each year. Okay, we can raise taxes. Nobody has another say in that kind of a decision. You as a board make that decision, and if you wanted to have additional dollars to deal with, you could raise taxes. I think from staff, I don't want to speak if I'm out of turn with any of you, you're welcome to speak differently. I think that most of staff would say, let's be very cautious about raising the increments in a year that we choose to go for a bond, and you haven't even decided that yet. So I would say if the board decided to go for a bond in 2020, I would say be very calculating and know what the ramifications may be if you also are raising taxes through the increment, as well as saying, we would like for your support public from the bond. Because on that one, now the public has a say. It's not AEA or some other organization. The public would say, either yes or no, we're gonna support you in that.
Bob, could you remind us how much money do we raise with one increment?
2.9 million.
Did you say?
And that 2.9 million increases each year as our value grows in the community. So-
Yeah, at one time it was 2.4 million, I think.
2.4, but and we're forecasting, we're forecasting 13 to 14% growth this next year. I think our estimate will be 2.9 million per year.
Yeah.
What did you say was the cost for reducing class size?
Was it?
8.8 million to decrease class sizes by one student across the board.
And I think that's the
Across
challenge,
board.
because I don't think we need to do it across the board. I mean, I think that's what Amber showed. I think what we need to do is look more at increasing targeted FTEs, but making sure those targeted FTEs are actually going to the schools and classrooms where there are specific issues. Because I think that's what your data showed, was that we don't need to do it across the
From
board.
what I saw from my data was targeted FTEs are not being allocated necessarily to the highest class size. They're being allocated where there's an issue. And I understand there's an issue, but if the school itself has 25 kids per class, that targeted FTE should be going to a school that has 30 kids per class.
Right.
So my problem is, I don't know that we need more targeted FTEs, or do we need to reduce the ratios, which would fix problems all over the district more evenly? I don't know the answer to that. And I was asking Rob, we don't have the data that shows that the targeted FTEs have made a difference district-wide in class size. We don't have that data. So.
Or in achievement either?
But we
I
have
don't
it
know.
by
It
section.
has to.
We have it by section.
But we don't have data that shows
We-
it.
we've
I mean,
only-
it probably does. It probably does.
But if you put an aide in a classroom, like Julie, that was your example. Put an aide in a classroom that has larger class sizes, or put money into a split class, or pay for a whole nother teacher to reduce that grade level from, or increase it from 4 teachers to 5 teachers so that you spread it out over the whole group. Those are the ways that you do it. But when you put your money in any of those places, we would say you've reduced class size based on the adult population to student ratio. And I'm saying it that way because it's not always a teacher that resolves that problem. So I think you've got to keep all of those options in mind when you're saying that. If you're saying what is the effect, we've got higher class sizes in the larger schools. Well, there's a pretty good answer to that. Those larger schools are in high growth areas.
They're
So
peak.
what are you gonna do?
Capacity.
You're gonna
They're at peak.
you're gonna keep growing in those schools. So the class sizes are gonna go larger.
By the end of the year, they're
But we try, and at the beginning of the year, target those classes that we think are gonna be growing the most, and give those additional 8 hours or another teacher or split a class. Those are all options that we give. So when you say that, I would say class sizes are affected immediately when those targeted FTEs are implemented through the discussions that our supervisors have with the principals.
And I agree that high growth does contribute to that, but I would say that that's not the only reason. I was in a school yesterday and their kindergarten sizes are all at 28, and it's not in a high growth area. It's one of my smallest schools.
The
So-
Lone Peak area is not growing, and
It's
we are
not.
the second highest in class size. And we're not growing significantly. Almost all of my schools declined last year.
So my comment to Amber when she asked that about class size, we have only created that report that shows the number of students per section. Okay, so
What do you mean by section?
So by class. Okay, so what we're saying, instead of looking at averages, which we have a class size funding ratio, that is not a class size ratio. That is an allocation or distribution of dollars, students per teacher. That's what that is. That is not class size ratio. So if you take a funding or distribution ratio, which is what that is, and you actually break it down to how many students are at Geneva Elementary in the sections of first grade, or the classes of first grade. Do I have 2 classes? Do I have 3 classes? We only started collecting that data and really digging in with supervisors for the last 2 years. Now, we haven't even gone to the point that superintendent just mentioned about adults per class or per section. That's a very different data set than what we have traditionally tracked. And the reason we went there over the last couple of years is because you do get lost in averages. And sometimes that doesn't give the real picture about true class size at a particular school at a particular grade level. And that's why we tried to go there. And Jason I think he met with supervisors, JP, last week or a couple weeks ago. We're just getting ready to release that next data set. So now I've got some comparative data to say, are targeted FTEs actually doing what the question was asked? Is it doing or is it not doing as much as we thought? I think, as superintendent said, yes, we are lowering because we're infusing FTEs, we're infusing resources, we're infusing adults into that, so you have more adults per student. But I want to see the data, and I want to compare the data from a base to where we are today. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
I want to point out too that for me, I appreciate our aides. I think they're working hard. I think they're doing great. But giving a teacher with 35 kids in her class an hour of aid time a day, it doesn't help. When I talk to teachers, it is not that helpful.
It doesn't
A
solve the
full-time
problem, but
aide
it
would be
does
one
help.
thing, but that's not happening in most classes. I mean, so what they're saying, what I'm hearing from teachers is 2 things that are heavily impacting their ability. I've heard from multiple teachers now that are on extended day that one track or the other is significantly larger. And that's causing them a major issue, because if you've got 20 kids in first track or in second track, you can't meet, that small track time is useless.
But you know what, that's a school decision, because
It
I got,
is, it is,
because
but
I got
it's
grandkids
also-
at an extended day school, and they just say, we cap it. You know,
But it's
it's
also
first
a
come, first
district
served,
decision.
but, you
We
know.
were at North Point last week, and the teacher said they have 17 kids in their second track because we only provide busing for second track. And the new developments are far enough away that everybody in the new development gets bused. We only provide busing for second track. So every new kid that comes to the school
In that
is in
case,
second
it's
track.
influenced by.
So
the
it is
district
influenced by district decisions also sometimes, not always. I mean, sometimes it's a principal who's willing to let one track be 25 and one track be 10. But I'm just saying, we say we're gonna add aides, but the feedback I'm getting from teachers is A, they're having trouble hiring aides, period. B, they're having trouble hiring aides. Like, I remember talking to my principal a couple years ago that he was giving all of the aide candidates a math test and none of them could pass the 6th grade math test. So they couldn't hire people that were effective in 6th grade as an aide. And maybe that's a pay rate thing, maybe, I don't know. But I'm just saying, aides are useful and we have some awesome ones. But we also have a lot of problems with aides. And so to say that we're just gonna throw an aide at that class, it's not always helpful.
But it can help, I mean.
It can help, it
Even if
totally
the aide
can.
isn't actually, you know, tutoring with 6th grade math, they can sure as heck put in test scores and spelling scores, and they can do you know, there are things they can do that teachers would not have to do, that would lighten their burden. So I would submit that an aide can be incredibly helpful, even if it's just 1 hour.
If you can hire one.
If that's an hour the teacher doesn't have to sit down and put in test scores or correct papers or something, that's great.
And again,
I
I
mean,
think
it-
that's
it
where
helps.
we need to have our teacher input into kind of a survey thing that says, would you rather have an aide, reduced class size, coach,
Right.
or other supports?
And John, again, I'm gonna rely on you. You work most closely with those 5 elementary supervisors. And I would say that generally speaking, the use of those FTEs that we've been talking about, those targeted FTEs, is one of the most positive morale builders, because what does a school qualify for And that's just the formula, right? I mean, what do you qualify for? And now, are there adjustments that we need to make because of extreme growth in a place, or there might be a special need at a school, and it's that communication that's taking place between a principal, their teaching staff, and then relaying that over to the supervisors who work very closely with John and Rob to say, this is where we think it can go from a 0.2 to a full FTE, and they are working to very carefully pinpoint what is actually needed in those schools. I would hope that I'm not trying to do any more than give you what I would say is a realistic picture. And so, John, I don't know what you would add to that.
Yeah, maybe a couple of.
And then Shane, will you kind of, because you were a secondary supervisor, will you kind of give a perspective from secondary on that? And then Rob, maybe from the financial end. I think that it would be wise to get what I'm saying, it's a K-12 picture that I'm trying to help paint.
A couple of comments on the elementary side that might help as you understand how those additional FTEs work and how schools are staffed. Okay, so that chart that Amber showed from the CAFR showed our staffing ratio, our funding ratio for each of the grade levels. So right now is the time of year that all the principals are coming in and meeting with their supervisors one-on-one, where they are given their FTEs for next year. And that is based on the projection of kids that they have, the move-up numbers, as well as the projection for growth and everything like that are projections. The kids generate the number of FTEs. Then as a principal, what the principal does is they look at how many kids in an elementary school or on each grade level, they look at that funding ratio and how many teachers that equates to. And there is no perfect world. I mean, what Amber, you described.
All of those,
Yeah.
all the complications.
So
I really
what you'll
do.
see is you'll say, well, if I just go on the funding ratio, then I have to really round up in first grade. I have to round down big time in fifth grade. So those classes are going to be really large. All the second graders are going to get really lucky this year. The teachers will be super happy. And as a teacher, you understand that too. There are heavy years and there are light years. And you just get that. You just know that's the work life of a teacher. Some years it's lighter than others. Okay. So then when they look at that with their supervisor with no additional help, what would be the reality? Then the next question is, do you have any areas where you will need additional FTEs in order to make it manageable? Well, the first thing that we look at is, are there any class sizes approaching 40? That's really what we're looking at. That's where you send those targeted FTEs first. And actually, let me just back up and say, this is something that we've talked about in cabinet before, just a reality that we have seen as DLI has become fully infused in several sites now. The funding required for DLI is just different. And most, I would say, probably almost the first half, Rob, of those additional FTEs that go to elementary come right off the top and go into DLI schools to mitigate that swing that you see of that chart you showed.
Well,
Amber,
that's sixth grade class where DLI and non-DLI have a 10, like they have 10 kid difference in the same
because of that
school.
attrition.
And
Yeah, which is
right.
great,
Yeah.
but that's an issue.
And you would expect to see it that way, that in the younger grades, the DLI classes are stacked, and then through attrition, they kind of do this, and now they're, it's kind of like, anyway. I'm just telling you all that a significant amount of the additional FTEs in elementary are going to mitigate that DLI. And so what you see here would be vastly different if there were no additional FTEs going there. And we've talked before, do we need to just calculate FTEs differently in DLI schools? Do we continue to to mitigate it the way that we're doing it through the mechanism of the additional FTEs, whatever. So those additional FTEs are really helping out. I think
It's kind of like we've created an inequity and it's causing a different inequity.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And we're
That
trying to respond to it.
DLI
Absolutely.
issue is,
Yeah.
the first thing you have to do is you have to say, are we gonna be a DLI district?
And I
Do
think
we
yes.
believe in that? And then you
Yes.
say, okay, so what does that mean? How do we,
fund it?
how do we now fund it appropriately so that it's not too unfair as you go through that change and you have the attrition that takes place? You try and do your best to still, I won't say perfectly balanced, but you try and balance things as best you can. And there's always, again, like John said, it's never perfect. You do your very best. And I hope it's not coming across to you as board members that that's an excuse. It is simply, we have dollars that are, we could put all of the money into the DLI and completely fix that. But then we wouldn't have money to do some of the other needs. And so these supervisors are working closely with John and Rob to make sure that there is a support system, but not necessarily, so it's like what you said, Amber, okay, 37% can go here and 17% can go there. That's kind of exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And these guys are already doing that, so I just wanted to point that out. Anything else, John?
Is there any state money for DLI?
Yes, in the beginning.
In the beginning, there was a startup.
There is.
And it was for certain ones.
Get your hook
Right.
and then take it away.
Yeah.
So that's why my question has been,
That's the truth.
are the targeted FTEs better than reducing ratios all the way around?
I would say absolutely yes,
But
but you're
when are you
free to
too-
have a different opinion.
When are you too many on one end and not, because right now we have so many targeted FTEs that we could give a whole FTE to every school and still have 25 left over. So is it better, if those ratios are reduced all the way around, you're reducing everybody's class sizes and allocating those FTEs more fairly, maybe? So that's what my question is.
You don't move the dial very much.
It depends on where you are. Depends on where you are.
And-
On the places that have really
What I
low
would
class
say
sizes, you're
is
not.
make sure you
The
do a
ones that
teacher
have
survey
low,
after
you do.
you've done this and see how
If
they
you
do.
got rid
That's
of
my
all,
question.
if you got rid of all the coaches in the district, you could you could give every school another FTE too.
And I have
So-
three teachers who have said that in their comments to me, and I did not ask about coaching.
I think we have to
And that's a different
get a
issue.
broader picture.
So, I mean, it's tricky.
Let's kind of wrap this part up.
Shane, do you want to quickly say anything?
Okay, maybe I'll just say that the situation we find ourselves in is the result of the decisions made over many years. They are. And we've worked ourselves in this direction. We've prioritized things in years past and funded certain things. And we might look at that today and say, well, that's created a little inequity, but that's what the decisions we made. And here we are. So now what are we gonna do going forward? Are those still the same priorities? Targeted FTEs, that was our way. And like Amber says, maybe we should reduce the funding this time and reduce, and get some of that money out of half of the targeted FTEs. We started with like 40-something targeted
Yeah, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. And
And
we can
I
look at
think-
stuff like,
I think those are important, I do, I'm not trying to take those away, I'm just saying, have we reached the point where we have too many of those and we're not enough here?
and I
Because our
think we should
ratios
be,
have not changed in 10 years.
I think we should be able to look at some of those solutions, like potentially doing a teacher as the attrition. I mean, there are other options that we can explore. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Rob has the screen right now, and maybe he could explain very quickly what this information is. He was talking about a little bit earlier, but maybe this would help a little bit.
Can I bring up one more thing really quick? In full disclosure, that green number that's Timpanogos all the way across will probably be slightly different this year because we combined Hillcrest and Sara Park. So you're gonna see a little bit different, it might not be
Yeah.
quite, the swing's not gonna be quite so wide.
Yeah, I can't think of hardly any of my schools that have 16 kids in a class.
She looked at
Geneva, oh, you don't, on Geneva. Well,
Well,
the
she
Dutchess
does,
data's
she
right
does
here.
We both have Geneva, but I'm saying, across the class, anyway, let's see what Rob's got here.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So this was, I think, part of the conversation about the impact and the actual class size. The first data set was October 2017. We've got 18, Jason's just putting in the 19 data into this sheet. And we can analyze what we've actually done in students per session, per school. So this is the piece I think that's really important. Anything in green is below our funding ratio. Okay, that's the first sheet that Amber showed in her presentation, the funding ratio, students per teacher. Anything in green is below, anything in red is above that funding ratio. And so part of what Amber's analysis was is looking at some of that data to say, where do we have some potential problems? So if I click on 2018, and now I compare school by school, what happened because of the targeted FTE, you'll see the green changes. The red may change because a family moved into one area with that particular grade level of students, and those students moved up from first grade to second grade. So you can see that it's doing what we have set it out to do, which is trying to reduce class size in targeted ways at the highest need schools, and that changes from year to year. If I was to do just a district-wide lowering of class size ratio, it would cost a lot of money to do that. But it would not have the effect that it has on individual sections at individual schools at individual grade levels, like the targeted FTEs does here. Now, if we need to frame that or set additional expectations or prioritizations, that's something that could be done to get that at the highest area or looking at the very highest class size, regardless of cluster, which was one of the things Amber had pointed out. Those are things that could be looked at to address. But DLI is a significant portion of that allocation, which goes back to what JP said right up front.
And I think for me, what originally started me being concerned was you have schools that have 4 class sizes that are below average. You have schools that have
Several.
multiple classes that are above.
Five.
Like look at River Rock right here, 36 kids per class in 5th grade, but they also have 4th and 3rd that are all way above average. That's a concern for me that you've got one school and their average district-wide isn't that high. So that's my concern, is that we've got schools that have multiple grades that are way above average and schools that have multiple grades that are way below average. And that, I'm not sure how that plays out fairly district-wide. Does that make sense? It's not that there are, some are always gonna be high and some are always gonna be low, but are we looking at the burden on the individual school? And then are we looking at how that burden moves with that particular group of kids over time?
And the 2 outliers, Cedar Valley.
Cedar Valley and Geneva.
And Geneva, right? Again.
Well, this is Geneva.
I'm just saying it's 11:54, I'm just letting you all know.
Not to,
Well, and you got
if you look at Mount Mahogany,
Yeah.
It has a
But
bunch
Hillcrest
that
had a
are,
high one last year.
it has a bunch that are over, but
Yeah.
it's a small school. It's,
Which one?
Mount Mahogany, so I'm just saying, you can't necessarily draw conclusions that this is.
Small
The
word.
one
West
thing that I
versus east or
do
anything
want
like
to
that.
reiterate is you have allowed people who are in the trenches to make decisions with their supervisors and John, who is the assistant superintendent, to say, okay, we've got limited funds, so let's see where we can maybe target it and put it in the best places to solve the problems for this year. And what we're doing is comparing that to saying, or do you want to, from an overarching perspective, say, no, we want to just reduce class size by 1 or 2 or whatever, instead of doing this? Or do you, I think you said this, Julie, or do you have a combination? Do you have class size reduction money, but then, and maybe it's through Mark's suggestion, through increments, do you raise it so that this maybe isn't affected, but you do this over here? And remember, whether you like it or not, you have inherited a responsibility as a board member over a district that was built on a productivity model. If you take the productivity away, then, and I'm not saying we don't resolve these 2 classes that are too
And I'm not
large.
saying fix this
But-
for next year.
Yeah, but you have to be careful that you're not trying to undermine the productivity, which goes back more than 30 years.
the productivity model, which says, teachers, you will take on more kids per class, but we will pay you more. And we will not have to build as many classrooms to accommodate those students. And that was the way that this district was built over 30 years ago. So if you want to shift to a non-productivity district, that would be very, very difficult, in my opinion. And so you just got to be careful how it's approached.
What you just said, Sam, illustrates that class size, class staffing ratio, and teacher salary, they're all tied together.
They are.
Yeah.
You know,
So,
the correlation I would like to see is class size and student achievement. Do we have some information on that?
Yes.
And that's what I'd like to see, because if you're not seeing a
It's
significant
difficult.
difference in student
That's the
achievement,
bottom
There are
line.
conflicting studies.
then,
Can I make
I
a
mean, to me, that's the
suggestion
bottom line right
that
there.
we, eat lunch,
And
and then we'll come back
I
and
make one
continue
more
the
comment?
discussion. No,
Just one more way of looking at this, I
I tried
appreciate
15 minutes.
Amber putting this together. However, when I look at this data, I'm like, holy mackerel, it's pretty even all the way across the district. I mean, most of it is between 25 and 27.
Not too bad.
And it's really, I look at this and I say, aside from statistical anomalies, I think it's a pretty good equity across the district. That's just my reason.
this has been developed over the last about 14 years. When did we start the targeted LPs?
Yes.
So about 12 years. So about 12 years.
Okay, it's 1:45. Let's take some time and narrow our list down, consolidate.
Can we do the whiteboard?
Is this where I get to write on the whiteboard with the marker?
Sure.
Yeah.
But I need you to do things in different colors,
Oh my gosh.
so we can kind of differentiate, like anything that's, you know, like
I want pictures. Can you draw
classroom
pictures?
sizes is one color.
Absolutely.
No, I cannot.
Smiley faces, come on, you can smiley face.
Stick figures.
Okay, what do you wanna have it match what Mark is doing?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
we put
almost
some
inclined to start with the goals we had before,
Okay.
because these new items can be extensions or modifications of what we had before. And then we could add another one or two. Maybe that'll move us along a little simpler.
Okay, so recruit and retain, is that number one still?
Attract, hire, and retain the best and brightest teachers.
We can get you a better marker.
It's fine, I'm gonna be like teachers, I'm gonna work with the resources I've been given.
I don't think it's fine though. It's not.
I'll go
it's
get
good.
you,
I'm sorry.
I'll go get
It's gonna
it. I
worse.
got mine.
She's got more in her hand. It's gone.
I'll be right back.
Well, there's some over there too.
Well, if you wouldn't write so weird, like with your right hand, maybe. Write with the right hand, or I should say the correct one. I'm
Let's-
guessing.
There's a reason left is sinister in it.
How about if we have
Yeah,
goal
the
number 2
middle
written
side.
over here on this board? Ada, do you wanna take one? You wanna-
I'll do one.
Say what?
Oh,
Her handwriting is better than mine.
okay, write goal number 2 over here,
Okay.
and then we can write goal 3 over on the other board.
Oh, that's too much.
What is goal 2?
We have to turn our heads.
Just read it to me.
Well, just take
Come
the
on,
paper.
that board,
It's
and I
long.
can get it.
That's the long one.
Great.
Focus. Okay, so who,
What's goal number 3?
we haven't decided.
It's not on here.
It's not there yet. It's gonna be something we come up with.
That's gonna be.
Oh, it's not the existing?
Right. So on goal number 1, what would we like to adjust that to based on all these things we've listed?
Oh, look what Sam has.
Okay, well, let's do it
Whoa.
now. Class size, where does that go? Under teacher?
Class size
I
would
think
go
it goes
there.
under both.
Salary would go there, compensation would go over there.
Can we break it down into like, this is the goal, but then these are the 3 actions we're gonna take to achieve said goal?
Such as?
Let's
Yeah,
dump
just put that
first.
possibilities
We have
in
to dump
there.
first.
Yep.
Class size reduction.
By the way, Julie, I may have added different learning models to the bottom of yours because I've heard you say it before, even though it wasn't in your presentation.
I've said many things, Mark, you can't keep track of all of them, but kudos to you for trying.
Okay, so I think class size reduction goes over here too.
Okay.
Okay, so add that.
And then Amber, you said something about discretionary items in the budget. Does that fall under any of this?
I think,
I think that's the third
Yes,
goal.
I think that's maybe community engagement, if we have a community engagement
Let's
goal.
just put another. Or do you want to try community engagement?
Maybe before we decide on the third
Oh.
goal,
Are you writing yellow?
let's
Red.
see what we
I
can
can't-
include in
can't
the
see
2
red here.
existing goals. By the way, are we still committed to these 2 existing goals?
I don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay, that's
Should
what I'm
should
wondering.
we vote? Like, should we just
Well,
say,
let's put everything we brainstormed.
you know what I would like
Under-
to know?
Under those.
you're
Do
losing
we
your
have to
Scott.
look at what these
That's
current
okay.
rates are at?
Yeah, we do.
79 on the first one.
Yeah, we're almost over 80%. When that goal was originally set, we were where, John, in the 60s?
Okay, so
Okay.
79% here, do we
Can I
have any idea
play
what this
devil's
one is?
advocate for just a second? And I really want you to know.
Please.
Why are we, as a
Graduation.
district and a board, why are we coming up
That's the
with
third one.
percentages or number goals for the entire district? That only bothers me in the sense that I think that should be something that a principal does. I think it's fine to say improve our graduation rate, but to give like across the board, this is what we're doing, it just seems like we're taking away autonomy from, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I want you to explain to me why we're coming up with the numbers for them instead of letting them do that themselves.
My concern is, like right here, we have 94% graduation rate currently. This is our goal.
It's useless now.
It's useless
Well,
now.
let's go back and discuss those
But
after we
this,
put
but this
everything on
is
the board.
similar, and we have a number.
Yeah.
If it's already this at some schools, let's let them choose their own number rather than.
That's what I'm saying. Why are we coming up with this percentage?
You know, let's do have that discussion after we.
But let's take everything we
Let's
brainstormed,
dump
put it where it
everything.
belongs and.
I just don't want you to
Okay.
hurt your hand, keep writing
Right,
percentages
so
that I
find
frankly
anything that
disagree
you
with
can
right
see
now.
on the list we have that fits into these goals.
This is what the current one is.
Let's try that. Ada, what do you
I'm
think?
gonna
Do you-
start
what-
on
what
community.
doesn't, what doesn't fit? Is it
I'm gonna
community?
start on community engagement,
Okay.
and then whatever, or,
Ada, can you
Okay.
use either blue or black though, because from here the red doesn't show up at all?
no?
Yeah, use blue or black.
Here's a,
Or green.
Sam
Something
brought
dark.
a rainbow or
Still-
colors. Your initiatives goes under here.
black or blue?
Yeah.
One more color change.
What color?
Let's see about it here.
Just be different blue.
Do you want red?
Or no initiatives.
So narrow our focus to goals.
Green is pretty close to that blue, but maybe in brown, try the brown.
I'm just trying to think it
Hey, Amber, under yours, how about like the blended learning or the innovative learning models?
Okay.
That would come under. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Where does that go?
It kind of goes under general services.
Where does equity go?
I think equity goes under both.
And under yours? Do we need this? Yes, yes. And also which would be the one I said about adding Athens sites.
That's some difficult analogies from that right now.
Under teacher compensation, can you put this is $60,000? And then also, health benefits.
Do you have, show me your recent, please? Do you have teacher surveys?
I don't, but I'll add that.
You know, would that not be a focus? If we say, because it's not gonna go under arbitrary, it's not gonna.
I think the budget issues don't necessarily go under one of these, it's more of a philosophical.
Philosophical.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe is that right?
Yeah,
Philosophy?
And yet we need to, but
that's
it's
how
not
you
a
do it.
philosophy in the sense that we definitely need to.
Can we put it under general board goals? Right over there, general board goals.
I mean, I'm gonna give an example and I may ruffle some feathers, but as you're writing, continue to write. Scott, I'm talking to you mostly.
So pay attention.
Sorry.
When we read the cabinet notes for this last week and the cabinet decided to hire an AV person for the amount of money, I kind of came unglued. That's a lot of money for an audiovisual, and in my brain, I'm like, this is something a student could take on. And the other aspect I want was a fine arts director. I'm like, again, that's a lot of money. Why aren't we encouraging fine arts people throughout the district to say, we'll pay you an extra stipend, do something extra to be the district fine arts, instead of hiring, giving benefits. I'm just saying, things like that, it can't be just a philosophy. We've got to learn to cut the budget, and it's gonna hurt a little, but I'm just saying, questioning things like that. And like I said, I know I'm gonna ruffle feathers, but I'm just saying,
Yeah, but
to
one
me,
thing to
that's
think
not
about is
a
if
very.
you don't have someone at the district level that's advocating and supervising.
No, but they would be, and they would have more skin in the game, Sarah, because they're involved in fine arts.
Well, they can be a teacher on special assignment.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just saying, like, even a drama coach,
That can rotate.
that can, yes, absolutely, they have more skin in the game
Okay.
than anybody.
Okay,
I'm just
that's-
gonna bring us together. Amber, have we covered all of Julie's as well? I think we've covered all of Julie's.
What?
Okay, on mine, use handbook more. Can you put that under general? Policy revisions under general. I don't think we need to do the online, the board statement. I think we just need to approve that
We'll
at
just
some
take care of
point.
that.
Tighter, leaner budget policy,
She's got budget up there.
okay.
Yeah.
Focus on teacher support, more diverse teacher pool. Do you have that, Julie?
Recruit.
More minorities,
Recruit, yeah.
teachers and administrators.
That's tough though. That's.
Yeah, we're not gonna discuss it yet. Childcare,
I mean,
put that
if they
under
don't go into,
teachers.
education in college. Because they can get more
I got it,
so,
yeah.
or they don't think it's interesting to them.
Okay, childcare. And we have more earning opportunities. Is that already there?
I'll do it, yeah, I got it.
When you say more earning opportunities, remind me, did you mean as in additional options for stipends, like Sarah was
Yes.
just talking about?
Yes. That's what I'm thinking of, but we can expand that if we have better ideas. Mental health supports for teachers. Okay, community engagement on bond plan. Okay, minority engagement, we already talked about that. Using the DCC more effectively, that would be under here. Read it out, Amber.
Doesn't it say use the DC, I can't see it, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Where is it?
Okay, we're
Use
right.
district
Use
community
DCC
council
more
more
effectively.
effectively, train principals and SCC and best practices.
So where would that be? SCC would be on student achievement.
I think it would be there.
It would be both, it would be on student achievement too.
Okay, so put,
But we don't,
DCC to me is
I think this is
community.
just the, like, we're throwing everything and then we're gonna have to start knocking things off.
Right.
Okay, so Sarah Hacken, what's on yours that needs to be put, that hasn't been put out yet?
We did the
We
recruit
got,
and
we got the
retain.
teachers.
I've
Did you
got the
do
goals up
the,
here.
did
Yeah,
you do
you
the,
got-
the math and science?
Yeah.
Okay, so we
good.
said that don't add to their plate, we've got that.
And,
Study sessions on
Rob,
key topics.
And that would be here, right?
Legislative list,
Yes.
because that's,
I'm gonna start it here or on the board somewhere.
on your computer,
Yeah.
I could do that. Okay, Sarah, you're gonna go through yours?
Okay, Sarah, Beeson,
done.
what are
Sarah.
yours?
Oh, sorry,
Where do you
wrong
wanna-
Sarah.
Wrong, Sarah, yeah.
Let's see, mine are, just more alternative teaching models.
Okay, I have
methods.
that. I
Okay,
think
Sarah.
Julie does too, right?
I'll add that. I just put lower class size, that's what I get there.
I put the teaching model on the community also because it has to be discussed with the community.
Okay, narrow our focus.
I got that.
She's got it. She's got it.
Okay.
Okay, Mark.
We got this, teacher retention.
I'm on there.
Okay, Scott.
I suspect they're on there.
You think we're efficient?
Probably.
Okay. Okay, now what?
Which one has?
Steve Leader.
Which one has the East Shore comment?
Right here, that
This
would
one
be
is innovative in learning, and this
Okay.
one also has,
Oh, okay,
innovate, alternative teaching models.
that's the same stuff, so that includes it.
yeah, it's legislative and it's,
We gotta get the funding for the legislature.
and it needs to be
Implemented.
a goal in the curriculum. Yeah. What does this mean?
Which,
Application.
the more application. Oh, I think, yeah.
You should ask Mark.
Was that stackable? Was that
Stackable
stackable?
credit.
That's the
That was
stackable
smart.
I think that was
credentials.
the stackable credentials.
Should I, the
So that's
stackable is me.
That's
Yep.
a teacher thing.
I think he was talking
Both.
about giving teachers credit for real life experiences that relate to their curriculum.
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
Mhm, that's a teacher thing.
Did I miss something on the legislative side?
I got the issue, I got
The-
the.
I thought
the
Scott,
funding
more application based
formula.
was what year.
And this was also the seat time issue, as we talked about East Shore, this was also a seat time issue, which would be either state board or a legislative issue.
The stuff that both kids have done in the Apollo
That's
project.
CT.
That's what I thought that was.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm envisioning. I don't know, there might be other things. If you're a
Right.
teacher and you write published books, you know, some of those kind of research projects or publishing projects, those have value.
Another active and legislative thing, I would like to see transparency with our charter schools. I think it's time. And I've read that they're likely gonna go for more money than the
Of course.
160 million floating out there. Okay, are we done?
It looks like you probably gathered everything.
I think
that's
so.
going at heart.
So now we just need to condense all this into 3.
Well, it looks like we got 3 goals.
It's just narrowing then what are the
Well,
path to get
here's the
there.
question though. Do we set our 3 goals and then say to staff, these are some of the ideas we have thought of?
Or some of the concerns
Here
we
you
have.
go.
Is someone writing this down? 'Cause
I got it.
This is, are you doing all of it?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
great,
wow.
great, thank you.
Sonya's
That's
probably
good.
has to-
We'll take photos. Wendy's got it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm gonna take photos.
I mean, that's my question, because we've talked about how we don't wanna micromanage staff. Do we say these are our 3 goals, except maybe look at these numbers? And then, these are the ideas we've thought of.
I think we maybe need to narrow down the list to maybe cause this feels like a lot for staff to research.
It
So I'm
is,
wondering if we
right?
can say in the next 5 years or whatever, these are the whatever, our top 6 areas, what's it gonna cost? I'm just worried that if we it's once again, it's a shotgun approach.
Right.
We need to figure out, so maybe we start here with teacher surveys that will help us determine
A lot of
which of what, you know what I mean?
Could we say, what are our top 3 priorities under all of those? Like which 3 should we start to work on under this?
I think the first 3 are my top 3.
But the problem I have is I'm not sure that these categories are my top 3, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I think communication engagement is important, but there's probably I think all of the things under there are not as important as a couple of things in one of these other categories, you know what I mean?
Well, I guess I'm not sure I see this one as the expensive list. This one as a very doable list, that takes effort, but it doesn't take major cash.
It's communication.
Yeah. And this is a result of a great job on this one over here. So,
John, can you help us?
Okay, John, did you
Help us,
say?
help us.
can you do all three? Maybe.
John, can you all this, please?
Do it all. Do everything. Wait a minute, Rob says you can't give everything you want.
But he doesn't have his badge, so we don't really know what he's doing.
Oh, we know.
I think we can come up
You wanna
with
see
some
the tattoo?
blanket statements. Like,
Yeah.
I would like to use this same statement and maybe use the word support as well, or retain is supporting, but
So maybe we focus on the top line.
the blanket
To
statement.
create our statement goal, and everything in it is our ideas for how we should consider all of these things in accomplishing that. Some may be easier to use than others.
So maybe the blanket statement and maybe then the key issues under that one, and then another blanket statement and the key issues under that one. Would that help?
Yep.
So we've got 30 items. I think that's way too many to even address in
I agree.
secondary items. I think we need to have 3.
Three
Well,
secondary items?
If,
Okay.
I think 3 items at most, in addition to what we were doing before.
I think these are
is-
great lists, but we can't do it all this year, so I agree. Let's choose which ones we want to focus on this year.
What if those were kind of board initiatives, and we as a staff took all that back and came back and said, from this initiative, here are some things that we feel could reasonably be addressed, or this is how we would conceptualize that, and how we might operationalize that and put that into practice. If this is what we understand that your emphases are, or your focus is, which you would like some response from the staff on, then we could take that and say, okay, here are the big ideas, here's your initiatives, let's put some strategic ideas and plans together and come back with a response to you, say, you're interested and want to improve community engagement, here's some talking points, here are some things, ways that we feel we could respond to that. Or you may want to finalize it a little bit more and say, we can cut this down a little bit before we turn it over to staff to say, you know, here's, we want your response to this. Here are areas that we want an attention to or focus on. And I don't know, Sam, if that's conducive.
Yeah, the problem is, if we give them 30 things, we are not really giving direction. We're,
Right, but what this gives me is 3 areas that you want some emphasis in, and then some variables within those that you want some attention to.
Well, some of the things, like over here on academic focus,
only end up-
like innovative learning models,
particular things they're already doing.
that is something that is implemented in schools. That's how you do it. I don't think we need to tell people how to do it. I think we can, I mean, that's part of their PD and their
I
PLCs
think
and
that would
stuff.
require some district leadership.
Yeah, so
I
what I take
think
from
it's
that
all
is even different building types that would facilitate innovative
Yeah,
learning.
yeah.
So to me, it's more than just, and Rob and I have talked a little bit
Yeah,
about that
yeah.
and how to maybe partner with a business is to create different models to deliver.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It's like-
I see what you're saying, Sarah, but I think it's bigger
Innovative learning.
Yes.
than.
What I'm saying is I don't know if we need to say that, if that's something that, or do we? Because that's the how, that's the road to the end.
So can we also, I wonder if you can assign some of these to committees, like with the stackable credits, the credentials, the seat time, the alternative teaching models, blended learning options with East Shore. Is that something we can assign to legislative to say, hey, listen, we want to do this is what the funding we need? I'm wondering if we can break down some of these pieces into individual committees, like
I would
in
first
budget.
like to do what Shane said, in my opinion, I think they can do a whole lot getting us closer to our goal by helping us see clearly what's possible and
But
then maybe do it in.
If we have no priorities, I believe what will happen is we'll pass 30 items to staff, and they'll pick the 3 that they think that they can make progress on, but they might not be our 3 highest priorities.
They've heard us talking.
But we've never prioritized these 30, so.
So do we each wanna just take one and say this is, whatever, like
We should
each,
do
we
that.
each circle one and say this is the one that I want staff to follow up about, so that it's 7, and then we each get to pick one thing?
What if we gave you Post-its and you went around and
Yeah, let's
said,
do that.
I've got 10 Post-its that I could spend, and I'm gonna put them on
I
the
wouldn't
link.
give us 10.
Just give us one.
There's one Post-it for each.
No, we don't need Post-its, just, will you
No,
tell
we're
Barbara
ours.
and make a.
You guys, all we have to do is go down here and say, we want to choose the top 3. If you think this should be one of the top 3, raise your hand, score.
Well, I think we need
And
to
then you
erase
just
some of
take
it.
the top scores.
There's some of
It's
it that
easy.
you can just erase.
Don't
because,
erase
like-
it yet, let
Well-
them work with it.
Well, what I'm saying is that is too much.
Okay,
That's
let's do,
No, but let them at least have a record of our ideas.
Well,
let's
they
do
got it,
this,
they had it.
everybody pick your top 3, we'll go through them, if you wanna, if that's your top
Just
3,
vote
we'll mark
on
it, and then they'll know which ones are our top ones, does that
Got your
sound?
markers?
You don't even have to get up, just call for a voice vote.
Okay, who wants, this
Here,
is
wait,
their
wait,
top
wait,
one?
stop, stand
No,
back.
I
I've
can't do
got
it that
tons
way.
of them.
I can't
Okay,
do it
guys,
that way.
if we do it this way, look at it, choose your top 3.
Let's just each take our own time, get a marker, and take your time and go and walk around.
Okay,
Okay.
it's faster.
So how many do you get to mark?
So that document with all the
3
stuff.
at
What
each
co-
thing.
What color do you want, Sarah?
So you get
Give me.
3 per goal, like per, like, I get 3 in this one, 3 in this one, and 3 in this one, is that how we're doing it?
Yeah.
And I get a tally mark?
Sarah, you got a marker?
3 tally marks for, so I get 9
Julie, you
total.
have a marker?
Yeah.
Or a check, or a star, or a whatever you wanna mark.
Just your little emoji.
Pick a different color too.
We draw a
Make
picture
your
for
mark
mine.
different, so that
I
you-
can't draw, or I would.
I want pictures.
You guys want a marker?
Oh,
That's the same as that, isn't it?
we're waiting so
That's
that we
the same, like,
can see what the results are, and then we go with the winner.
Bet on that.
Which one needs one more mark, just bump it into a priority.
So here's the next question. You get to spend all your 3 on one item, so I want to.
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
That really skews the results a lot.
What do they do? Yeah, fair enough.
Then you're not gonna be anonymous anymore.
I would expect that.
Almost direct.
I almost didn't get my original. I'm like, wait a
Mark.
minute.
I want a blue one so I can stay
You don't
anonymous.
like my idea still? Because I think we should be already released because this is stuff that.
Green or red?
Green's close to blue.
Here's the blue ones over here.
Okay.
Why is it even on here? Yeah, I get 3.
Is that 4 or 5?
Yeah, I think I did that.
No, I'm just curious, did you ever make a 5?
Yeah, I think
Just
you
do
and
a
I
cross
tried
and
to
another
do
I was just gonna take the tally mark. What's your mark?
To me, I have a hard time with differentiating.
I need a different color. Sarah and I are the same color.
They're border putting their priorities, and they each have 3 tally marks to make, right?
Yep.
Each are making 3,
I don't know that we just.
so I should have 21 marks.
I don't know that everyone has a
I'm trying to, I'm gonna honor you.
You can use 2 of yours on one.
That's not what we write the goal.
Oh, there's 2 here. Sarah and I use the same color marks.
going on, Sarah?
Trading mine too. No, Sarah and I just have the same colors. It's fantastic.
So if I don't want any of these, can I put my marks on another one?
Nope. 3 per board.
You missed the discussion,
What about
Mark,
it?
there was a whole discussion.
Listen. Just kidding.
See, it's trained the SCCA for doing that. It's required.
I just feel like you said it's small, it's easier to do. This is too much. That's not. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. So are you taking these marks and putting in a selection?
Oh, I'm gonna do 2 marks on
Well, it is
I like
great.
it. Oh, no, because I like those three all equal.
Nobody wants a math science school?
I do. Sarah.
Wow, I should.
Is this a different batch over
It's
there?
hard.
I
because
thought
they're
it was
all
big.
This
together.
isn't so much staff as us. These are
I
things
thought
we
these
need
were
to
one.
focus on, so we can.
Okay.
No, those are two separate ones. Or maybe they should be one. Okay, I'm gonna release that and keep it there.
They're supposed to be two.
Because I really feel like the science goes to 20% or something.
I want so many of these.
These aren't, but no.
We all want all the things.
I do want all the things. And I'm struggling too, because it says class size on both, so should I put all my class size?
Well, you know, we shouldn't have class size on both. We should
Well,
just
I think we're just gonna have to.
I think the problem is it affects teacher morale and it affects
Yeah.
achievement,
Yeah.
so it does fit in both.
Hey, Mark,
Oh,
like
oh,
two.
On my comments, it was
Yeah.
28% in science on that.
So you can.
Mark put his
So we
mark
have
twice
eight,
on
so we
that
have
one.
8 tally marks on teacher
It was,
compensation.
Yeah,
right
Oh, we
there.
have 7 board
It
members.
was
But
right
Mark
there.
put two of these
Oh, he
there.
put two of
and
his
sometimes-
there.
Yeah, sometimes you use your tally marks, like,
two
like,
of
say,
them.
really like
But is
this.
that
Oh, science?
Science.
I really, really like this one?
Yeah,
This
that's
is the
what
one
Mark
I
did.
want.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, thank you.
See, I did that for this one.
See, Mark did two on teacher compensation and one on class size reduction, that's all.
Okay.
What did you put two on over there?
Board approval, discretionary items.
So did we do more than 3 tally marks per board member?
I did 3.
Just go right to.
3
That's
are-
right.
that's-
Yeah,
The question is, are there 21
That's
marks
right.
on each board?
But he was like, no,
Mark, I just want you to know that Rob is laughing at us that there's 8 marks on that one. That's your fault.
That was my fault.
You put 2 on that one?
I did 2.
Oh, I thought it was persuasion that you would
I did
have.
too.
President.
You did too?
Okay, there's only 19 over here.
I only marked 2 because 2 of them we're already doing, so I can put.
Oh,
okay. Actually, Scott and Mark both marked 2 on there.
I was just trying to make sense of the markets.
So then are we just taking
He's just
the-
auditing.
As long as
I'm
there's
gonna
not
audit.
more than one.
Well, wait, has everyone taken pictures so that, so if you go back to cabinet, they kind of see the whole
I've
picture?
got it,
I mean,
and I've
Rob
got the
sent it to
tallies,
us.
I've got the tallies for each board also.
Okay, so now what are you, you're gonna
Are we just gonna
erase
take the top?
everything?
No, I'm just
No,
gonna
okay.
circle the top 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right?
I've highlighted it in green.
So this one, this one's cheap, right?
Will you please put it in a different color?
Who did this? What the heck? That's supposed to be 5, not 4.
Oh, somebody did not.
Somebody needs this math and science. Really bad.
Point taken.
Way to go, Sarah. How do you feel about that?
Okay, so Mark, does that make sense? Those are the 3 there.
Let me see what are they?
Rob, you gotta find a big bucket of money.
We can do anything we want.
Or spread it out?
Just not everything.
Well, we have a three-way tie for
second.
fewer initiatives, class
No,
size,
okay,
and utilize in-house experts, so however we're gonna run that one.
Well, you've got class size reduction on another.
I know.
Can I just know you could put 2 marks on one though? Can you, I'm gonna change it. Can I
Uh-oh.
Crazy.
At least she sees where the,
Oh, she doesn't want
Okay,
her mark
now
on
it's
her
a
freeway
Yeah,
tie.
it's a two-way tie at the end.
Can I just propose that this is not a community involvement goal right here?
No,
It
it's
is.
not, I agree.
I think it's not, it's procedural.
I think that should go under general board goals, and then we take care of that as a board.
Yeah, let's.
I agree.
Whether that's in a study session or whatever.
So come and identify it,
If we
a better goal.
every discussion item, that's ridiculous.
Just
I agree.
use whatever else is on there, put use of Alpine Foundation as the top 3 now instead of that
so
one.
Okay.
I think that was common.
What if we
what Amber
say,
said was there's some limits
Budget.
about which you can
Yeah.
go through the budget process.
Yeah.
what I'm saying is things that go
Yeah.
outside of the regular budget approval
Yeah.
process affect how much money we have in the budget approval process.
Yeah, I hear you, yeah.
And so we're either
Yeah,
using a process or we're not.
Yeah, I'm just saying we need a dollar amount or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so should I do budget process and I'll do discretionary items here?
That's interesting.
And then I think the cap would be on that one too, right, Amber, that idea would fall under that?
Okay. How's that? Is that
Yeah.
clearer?
Okay, that's good.
I don't know how to do this, but some of these are actionable and some of them aren't. For example, frequent and better communication. There's nobody who can say we're not already trying to be good communicators
It's kind of
frequently.
vague.
And, you know, it's kind of like apple pie and motherhood, to be honest with you. So what's really actionable? I put marks by use the DSTC more effectively, but it's not like anyone's trying to not use it effectively now. So what does that mean? What is
Just means,
actionable?
yeah, fine tuning maybe, some of those.
Anyway, I think some of these we are not actionable yet, but maybe we have ideas on how to make them actionable.
Yeah, maybe one thing that we could do to help the DCC be more effective.
I think one thing that would make the DCC more effective is to ask their opinion more on some of these, maybe some of these things, you know, that we,
Use them as a sounding
To
board.
create discussions.
maybe we send surveys to them a lot, you know, that.
That's what exactly I had in mind.
Yeah.
That part of the agenda would be, okay, you've given us your reports, here are some questions we have for you.
Maybe we have some of those things with, where you vote on your phone with kind of, you know, a few items that we have questions about. I don't remember what it's called, but.
Or even if we said, here's an issue that we're looking at, give us some input. We're having a
More of that,
discussion
yeah.
about, you know, something.
I mean, because I've heard from my DCC person that that meeting is way too long. I mean, and that can kind of go under it, that it's just, you know, we could be more efficient having them write the reports and you read them before you come to the meeting instead of everyone going around the room one by one, unless there is an issue that they really need to discuss. I don't know.
I think that would be good too. Like if you didn't get your report in, get it in.
Yeah.
We'll hear it that way rather than. I think there's a feeling on DCC that if you give your report out loud, it's more likely to be heard, which I don't think is accurate.
That's not true.
I mean, we're all reading them, but.
I follow up with cabinet the week after the DCC, so that's on Thursday night. I follow up on the next Wednesday. And
For
we
sure.
go through and we say, where are the assignments needed to take care of following up on these things?
You mentioned that in the last one, I thought that was really built,
Yeah.
the DCC's competence.
So can I ask about this goal? Sara was saying that maybe this part of the goal isn't a good idea. I kind of agree with that, especially if this is our average and this is our goal. I mean,
Our average is actually 92.6%.
that drops well.
Some schools are harder than others.
I'm just saying,
And-
I don't think it is good for us to be giving numbers
I
of
was using last year's
percentages.
data.
I think that should be up to principals, because you have so many schools that you have one school that's like, well, we're there, we don't have to do anything. And then they don't find ways that they can progress, and other ones that feel overwhelmed. And not to mention, anytime you have, well, according to DeFore and DeFore, in their learning by doing, that I was just peeking through, one of the things that they said that I thought was so good was, they said, that when you achieve common goals for which members are held mutually accountable. How can principals feel mutually accountable to these kind of goals when they haven't been a part of making those? So what I'm saying is, I think the district, we need to stop giving number goals and just say, here's goals we want to work on. You as a principal go to your school and you figure out what that means and what that looks like.
How do we report on a goal that has no numbers?
Well, I
By the
think
way-
it's the same way that we kind of do it a little bit with SEC. I mean, there are goals, and some of those still can be measured, even though we didn't come up with a number, they can measure those goals.
Do we do a percentage increase instead?
Well, I wonder if we say something like, as a district, we are focused on student achievement, especially in areas, in key indicative areas like third grade reading and math, ninth graders, blah, 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 high school graduation, blah, blah, blah. And then let them, and say to the individual school, what's your goal next year, and report back to us on how that happened. What
Is
happened
it
with that.
growth, is it a specific number, is it whatever? Because like some of our schools like Polaris and Summit may
They're
not
never
hit
gonna
those
hit
goals,
90%.
but if it's doable for them to say, well, we're gonna increase by 10% in
That's what I
graduation
meant.
rate,
If you said-
maybe that's more, you know, it may be better aligned.
Well, this also says that a district that has stipulated its fundamental mission to help all students learn at high levels could adopt such ongoing goals as these. And all of these stated are like proficiency, things like that, but they're not number goals.
Say
They-
that, what, like.
Well, like for example, they say we will help all students successfully complete every course and every grade level and demonstrate proficiency on local, state, national assessments. Now that's a goal that we can all commit to without not giving schools enough autonomy to coming up with those numbers on their own. The other one is, we will eliminate the gaps in student achievement that are connected to race, socioeconomic status, and gender. I mean, those are just examples. But those, we should translate that instead of numbers as achievable goals, but giving the autonomy to schools to come up with their own. I think we will find more success in that. There's another organization that's very prolific here in Utah. It's like a church one where they have this new youth program where they let people come up with their own goals. I'm just saying there's something about that people like to make their own choices. And by us telling people what to do, I think it either stresses people out or it doesn't give people the opportunity to have skin in the game and to achieve those things, and it doesn't mean a lot to them. But when you make your own goals, and you have a lot to celebrate.
I like that idea because I think like Polaris might want to say, we're going to increase graduation by 10%. But that's not going to happen at AF High where theirs is almost 95%. But maybe AF High is going to say, we're going to increase our minority population graduation by X% or whatever. Like they may find a demographic area, each individual school that needs particular attention. I don't know, how do you
Just
give
in
them that
terms,
option?
historically, these goals actually came from staff, the particular numbers. And the board's really getting behind the supervisors, which think this is what we'd like to go with. And I believe some of that was a grassroots effort from principals that kind of said, yeah, these are what our district. So they were not just arbitrarily imposed by the board. They actually were built by the principals.
So what I want to ask the staff is, would you be willing to drop the number part and just make goals, and how do you feel about that?
Yeah, in our K-12 leadership seminar series a year or two ago, we really investigated goals and effective goal setting and the appropriate linkage between district goals, school goals, and then teacher team goals, and how they best complemented one another to achieve the best results. And through that, we did see many references in some of our professional learning community literature that indicate the very best district goals are broad and they are inspirational, that give every school and then team or department within that school an opportunity to reach and stretch in their appropriate place. And so these were some of the examples that we gave as we tossed around as a K-12 leadership team. Well, what would it even look like in Alpine? What would be like our district overall goal? And one that was kicked around. This isn't like, I didn't come here with this today to say, I hope we can adopt this, but as we did this as an exercise, our students acquire essential knowledge, skills, and dispositions that will be measured by Alpine School District's school success criteria, which you as a board probably ought to know more about that school success criteria. I think what happened with RISE.
Is it on here?
No. What happened with RISE kind of stalled us a little bit, but it's very robust, and we're measuring achievement and growth in the tested subjects. I think it will really help all schools to be able to see where they need to grow, because the school success criteria factors in their line of best fit, or statistically where that school is expected to perform based on their socioeconomic status, so that you don't have schools saying, we got it, we don't have to do anything. No, there's plenty that can be done at high end schools, things like that. But anyway, yeah, so that's when we started talking about should we make the district goal less granular, more general and inspirational. There's some good thinking in current literature about that, and how it gives schools a better opportunity for participation and buy-in, more than if they see a numeric goal and they're already there, then we don't have to be paid intentions. If they see a numeric goal and they're far from it, that's too overwhelming. There's no way. And they feel disadvantaged already to say, well, we want to go from 20% passing to 30% because the district goal is 90, but if it's broad and inspirational, then let them set that goal, because if they can raise it 10% at that really low level, that's done a lot for the district average. And we can still measure each year how we're doing and celebrate, have these measurements. Where are we on graduation rate, on science and math, on literacy and everything? Keep track of year to year.
I like that idea so much. Shane, did you have?
No, I think there's a different way. What I was trying to get at before in terms of a procedural thing was almost a way of framing this as well. That I think it's helpful for the board to have initiatives, areas of emphases, and then staff come up with goals that, working with schools that can attain to that or accomplish those initiatives, those areas. So you get buy-in, you get that commitment, you get motivation, stuff like that. You don't get into the weeds of specifics of how it does, but as a board, these are some areas that we feel strongly about. We want you to pursue goals, initiatives in these domains, if you will.
Do those three factors continue to be levers for achievement? And would we be
Yes,
diluting
good
them
question.
to add science?
In my opinion,
Math is there.
the graduation was something we needed to go after, and it held us to, I think it helped the schools compete in a positive way to get that up. That's a kind of a bragging right for them to see, okay, where are we at? That's something they're deliberately chasing, so it put up there kind of a noble cause for them to go after. Same thing with third grade reading. I mean, we looked at that and saw the benefit of that, of students on grade, and ninth grade completion. We don't want kids going to high school. So I think those are all, I would say, achievement goals.
Kind of beginning, end, and middle.
Yeah, but not necessarily learning goals.
Yeah.
And that's a whole separate conversation. So did it motivate them? Did it cause them to work collaboratively to go after that? Were they positive initiatives? I would say absolutely. And I think if the board took away, said, you know what, that's not our initiative of third grade reading, I still think staff would go after that third grade reading because they feel that's significant. Same with graduation. I don't think that would go away as an emphasis. I think we still need, as a district, to have some indicators, both learning and achievement indicators that say we're making progress. We're going after outcomes that matter in a measurable way.
See, I think that can still be achieved, just like it is when you're making a trust line funds, goals. There's some of those that can be measured in academic ways, but you don't necessarily have a percentage, but you can, give examples or whatever. But I just think it would be so great to give schools the autonomy to do and see what happens. See if because it's theirs, if they take it, and we may be surprised. We may come back next year and go, holy cow, that tripled my expectations.
Can we make a belief statement? Like we believe that all students are capable of high levels of learning? Is that a thing?
Well, I mean, that's kind of our.
Is that a foundational belief in our district?
Yeah, don't we already have
I
that
think
somewhere?
so. I think that doesn't have the focus though of making it sound
Therefore.
like it's something, yeah, if you added therefore,
Yeah, that's, I bet that is a beginning point.
Uh-oh, food coma has set in for everyone.
My question to that, Ada, would be to inspire school and teacher team goal setting, numeric goal setting. Would we be better served with a belief statement or with a commitment? I mean, really a district
yeah.
goal.
Okay.
I think what we're saying is, it doesn't need to be a numerical, you probably inspire the masses more with appropriate school and teacher goals with a goal statement, but non-numeric. And like the sample that these researchers gave that Sara just read, I mean, we will help all students, this is an example of a district goal. We will help all students successfully complete every course and every grade level and demonstrate proficiency on local, state, and national assessments. And there could be many data points that you choose to publicize as indicators of how we're doing with that goal and publicize them over time. But I don't know, I think rather than just a statement of belief, like a commitment.
That's kind of our mission
I like that.
statement. I mean, the mission statement says that, so I don't know that reiterating it again is gonna help a whole lot, but
What if you did
I don't know.
something, like, look at this one, what if the
What's
board
actionable?
came out from this board and said, no pun intended, this whiteboard, and said, our initiative is to attract, hire, and retain highly qualified teachers by reducing class sizes, affecting teacher compensation, and limiting initiatives. And so you just said, here's the area of emphasis, here are some things that we want staff to attend to, those were our 3 priorities. Now we'll have the staff come back with a plan, and the board can say, yeah, this gets at it, or no, it doesn't, or have you considered that, or we see that's a possibility. So then it gives you us a general idea of an initiative you care about, and then some points within that seem to be a priority.
I think that's a solid plan.
That was an easy
I like
one. That was
that.
an easy
That
one.
was
This
good.
one's a little
Yeah.
harder.
Yeah.
I like, over here, we can do something similar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could
We want
say,
to increase,
we want to increase in community engagement by having frequent and better communication. We have to define between who, using our DCC more effectively, and what's the third?
foundation.
Using
Yeah.
an Alpine
And
foundation.
increase the impact of the foundation.
So maybe you're right, this is the only one we're kind
This is
of,
the one that's just a little bugger.
Okay, so just everybody down what Shane just said, that was good.
But yeah, I think he's got it in his head,
Write it down.
but can you read that
Look at
example?
Mark's taking
one more
notes,
time?
right?
Yeah, how would you do this one?
Rhonda,
We all are.
So how would you do this one?
I am.
Without numbers, without being specific with
Can
numbers.
you read the
but with being,
commitment again?
being
But-
actionable
Being
but not
actionable but
specific.
not specific.
Okay, he's gonna read the commitment again.
Here's this again. We will help all students successfully complete every course, every grade level, and demonstrate proficiency on local, state, and national assessments. And then the one from the K-12 team really ties into the vision for learning. Our students acquire essential knowledge, skills, and dispositions that will be measured by Alpine School District's school success criteria.
What is our school success criteria?
That's a conversation for another day, but wait until you see it. Wait until
That's
you
a
see
big
it.
one.
If you wanna, if you feel like it.
Because I
How
like
about-
that statement,
how about
but I don't
this?
know what the criteria is.
Schools will make measurable progress on whatever you just said,
The school success.
on the school success criteria.
How about, can we have each one start with, we will increase community engagement. We will hire blah, blah, blah.
What about
We
we
will-
will increase student achievement
Yeah.
by
Okay,
blah, blah, blah.
As
is that
measured by-
enough, does that give you enough to just go with it?
Come up with something.
Yeah,
that-
just.
So when you go back to cabinet, you know that you'll say, yeah, the board didn't want numbers.
So what we've gotten from you, what I'm understanding we've gotten from you is 3 areas of focus. Initiatives, or variables within those area of focuses that are more of a priority than some of the other things listed there. Let's see, we want, if we're gonna go after this initiative, make sure you're hitting these 3 marks. And with respect to student achievement, the sense is let's back away from a numerical goal, but still have a results orientation that motivates the schools to get behind it.
With a we will statement.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of an issue with class size reduction being on both of those. Is that gonna be
Yeah, how are you gonna?
redundant?
I think class size reduction, I mentioned this to Mark earlier, to me, it's a multifaceted issue, and we ought to ask ourselves, and it doesn't need to be done here, but what problem are we trying to solve? Is it an achievement problem, a perception problem, a communication problem? And in my opinion, it's all of those. It's, things are happening to reduce class size in our secondary schools, I can speak that the teachers aren't aware of because all they're facing is their current reality. They don't know what was done with that class size reduction to affect that current reality. All they know is the current reality. They don't know what it could have been had those, we're not gonna, there's a little bit of a perception problem. And then parents out there, it's a perception problem. You say, okay, if we had a strategic plan on how to reduce class sizes and why we're reducing class sizes, maybe that would affect that. You know, and then maybe we do need to target something K-3 because of the importance of getting those kids on grade level with respect to reading and math so they can be successful. Anyway, it's just, my point was, it attends to both. I think it's related to student achievement, but it's a harder connection to make. It may be in all these. It may be a community engagement because that's what we're hearing from our patrons. Class sizes are huge. We're leaving Alpine School District because of that. We're going somewhere else because of that. So we need to communicate and address that concern. It's also, if it affects teachers' morale, it finds itself here. And then I think we believe that there's a tie, even though maybe not quantitative right now, there's a tie, we believe there may or may not be, to student achievement. The teachers are saying, I can't get my kids to go deeper learning because I have too many in my class.
Well, we should find out, we should just look at some data.
Yeah, so the fact that it's on,
I mean, we should
board.
correlate class size with student.
I actually spent about 40 hours studying this when the Hillcrest thing came up. And there are great papers that say exact opposite things.
It's true, because Hillcrest had really small classes and they weren't the top achieving school at all.
Anyway, I'm just warning you that the research is not conclusive on this.
No, but it's not necessarily about student achievement, it could be just about teacher morale. And that's the other facet of it, is they like, this is harder, I don't like it.
And I think for, in a lot of ways, it's a public relations.
Yeah, Shane, I have a question you can probably answer. When we figure class size averages at a school, on a secondary level, do they include all of the people at the school that have a teaching credential and divide the numbers in the school by that? So including like guidance counselors and administration, or is it just the teachers and
It's the number of
students?
students in that class.
Because I've looked at, say, the numbers at Lakewood, and I thought, where did they get these numbers from? They say the average class size is such and such, and it's not even close. So I couldn't figure out how they figured that.
And what we've done in the secondary, at least in the past, is targeted the core content areas. Math, science, language arts, and so we're trying to get those down. I mean, we're funded at 35.5, 36 to 1, trying to get those down below that with class size reduction. So people would say, you know, my choir class has 80 in it, or 90, my PE class has 50 in it. You're gonna have some that vary, but when we measure that and report that back, it's there, we would just say there are 20 sections of English 7. And you take that, they range from 34 to 37, the average in English 7 is 35.
Okay.
And Sara, just
wondering.
I don't know if you were on the board at the time, it may have been prior to you, but that was an actual board initiative, was to focus on the core area classes at the middle level, get those numbers down. And so at that time, Shane was one of the supervisors and was working with the principals on that very thing. And again, it kind of, it uses some of those FTEs that are discretionary.
Yeah, I probably just didn't know enough. I'm pretty sure about that.
Well, if we're chasing something that is elusive and not real and doesn't yield results, we need to know. So.
As do we.
And if we're seeing it 3 times in 3 different areas and it's a big thing, it needs to be a big factor, I think.
Can I make one comment on class size? It's not just about how many kids you have in your class. It's possible to have a class of 25 kids, but if you have one child who is severely unmedicated ADD and is causing havoc, it's, you know what I mean? There are times when your class isn't that big, but it's really difficult because of some personalities in the class. Or you can have a large class, and if you are secondary, you mainly lecture, it doesn't matter how many kids you have because you're just lecturing. Does that make sense? So there's some other factors that kind of play into that as well. So some classes are difficult for reasons other than size,
Well, and
and
not
some are
just
easier
that.
for reasons other than size.
It's things like nurturing pedagogy. It's
Yeah.
things like being able to give immediate feedback. It's
Yeah.
things like an effective immediate feedback. I mean, those kind of things that we learn about and talk about in associates, how do you accomplish that with that many students? I mean, it's, so that is
Yeah.
I have an
definitely more
example.
applicable.
For associates this last week,
Yeah.
I read Never Work Harder Than Your Students. I thought it was great, and I should have brought it today. But through the whole book, they were giving all these ideas of how you could be more effective in your teaching, right? But then there was one section of the book where she was talking about, she was an English teacher, she was talking about how she wanted her students to increase in their writing proficiency, so she decided they were gonna write an essay every week. So it goes the first week and it was great.
So hard to read that many essays.
But then she says, so then I thought if I have them turn it in on Friday, by Monday I can correct it and they can use
Yeah.
that essay for the next week to write their new essay. Well, she then realized, she corrected, so they are on a 7-class-a-day model, so she had 2 prep periods out of those 7 periods. So during her prep period, she graded the essays from the earlier classes, but she was behind by the end of the day. She worked on the essays all weekend. By the time she came back on Monday, she still had a whole class whose essays she hadn't gotten to. And my thought at the time was, oh, that's a lot of essays. But then she had said, I had to take home 3 classes, which was 79 essays. And I was like, that's only 26 kids per class. And then I realized she only has 5 classes of 26, which is 130 students. So then I said, like Sarah's husband has 36 kids per class. How many classes?
Yes, 7.
So that's 260 students. That's
Yeah.
twice as many as this teacher. And if she can't get through them in a weekend, how do you give meaningful feedback when there's literally not enough time in the day? And so my thought process was, she went on to talk about how you could teach reading in ways that aren't so time consuming, but at the same time, do those ways even work if you've got twice as many students as she does? And I thought, I wonder if our teachers feel sometimes when they're trying to improve that these ideas that they're reading about are impossible because of factors that are out of their control. It was really interesting. It was
Yeah, and
eye-opening to me.
that is totally valid. Because if you assign a research paper and you're reading 70 of them and it takes you 30 minutes a paper on your own time, that's a chunk. Or creative writing stories or something. So it does change how many assignments you give because
And too bad
you
once a
just
month we
don't have
couldn't
the time
get
to do much
cross
reading.
collaboration or PLCs.
Yeah,
So that our
it's
history
true.
teachers, social studies teachers are meeting with English teachers. And so those English teachers are helping their students learn grammar in the context of their own writing. So if you're writing a paper in social studies or history, you bring that to English. And let's work, you know what I'm saying? There's, because we've got, I'm just saying different learning models that will help them learn to use that nurturing pedagogy and effective feedback.
That's the best right there.
Well, and
Sorry,
here's
we're getting
another
off topic.
thing, the first time I was on a secondary school community council at Mountain Ridge, it's probably 8 years ago, that year, the English teachers were coming to us and asking for aid time because they wanted an aide to be a reader for them.
Yeah.
And one teacher said, and this has stuck with me now for like 8 years, she said, I only assign one big paper a year to my students, and it's always due the day before Christmas break, because it takes me 8 hours a day for 2 straight weeks, including Christmas, to get them read. And I was horrified, honestly. Because I thought, that makes me so sad. That, and because as an English major in college, you can't be a successful writer without little practice. It just takes time. Anyway, I was concerned, so.
I'm gonna say, great discussion. I think we've made it through and prioritized. Shall we move to the next item?
Yes.
Okay. Presentations.
Oh crap.
Who wants to go first?
Because I said, oh crap.
Just kidding, we can go first, Rob's
So I guys
first.
go
You're
first,
giving
I
them a
pull it
half
out.
hour each?
No.
Like 10 minutes.
Well, their presentation's longer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
like,
you
yeah,
can't
I'm
see
gonna have
it.
to
That was
put.
5 minutes.
So they're just gonna give us.
They're giving us a little summary of
Yes.
what
Our
they're at.
presentations are like 75 minutes.
wanna say the last
And
one.
this is the part where I admit that with the funeral yesterday, I have forgotten that.
It's
Sorry.
okay, it might not have the updated changes.
So before we leave this, I've shared this Google Doc with all of you.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
And Ron and I have been kind of keeping minutes, she's been keeping and I've been keeping to try to make sure we captured everything. But I just wanted to share with you, I tried to rewrite, instead of attract, hire, retain, qualify, I said we will attract, hire, and retain by reducing class size. So I tried to write the statement as I heard you talk, and I highlighted in the different colors. The highest priority is in green, the second is in yellow, and then the third is in blue. And so I did that for each area, so that cabinet can take this back and look at this, and hopefully it makes sense to you as a board that we've captured everything, and that cabinet can then take that and then work on it.
Did
Okay?
everyone get
Good job.
conversations on there? Hope everyone
Okay.
Well, the one of them we all marked, so guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I just wanted, before we
Fantastic.
jumped off that, is that okay? And I've written those 3 statements in the we will format,
Great.
including those. And we took this one off, fourth discretionary item, so it actually was the foundation.
Yes.
So I need to add that one here. Use of Alpine, I put it in the narrative, but use of the Alpine Foundation, and we had 2 there. And that would have been your third, because we struck through the others. So- Okay, so does that look okay? And that, all of you have that, and then I just had general
Oh, you're
stuff down here, that's your legislative and general board goals. Okay?
Terrific, thank you.
Wow, thanks.
Thank you.
And then this is what Amber, actually I've already got it up.
This is what Amber totally
This is
worked
what
on, I
Amber,
swear.
this is what Amber and I have been working on. Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Now tell us the exact title of your topic.
Pitching pennies, how a district can succeed with limited resources.
And that is his title up there on the upper portion of the,
Oh,
That is an understatement for what we do. Can I just say that? Oh,
what is that picture of?
It was fun to write. Cedar Valley High School.
Yes, it
That's
was.
Lehigh High School on the top.
Lehigh, the old.
Like the old one,
the
or
old.
is that
Cedar
new?
Valley.
Oh my
It's a
gosh,
drawing
what
of
is
Cedar
Cedar
Valley.
Valley?
It's
The
actually,
new one's
it's
Cedar
actually
Valley.
Sky Ridge.
Oh, is it Discouraged?
It's
Same.
actually Sky
This is, you
Ridge.
can go from
Oh,
this to
Sky
back.
Ridge. Yeah, that's.
So Lehigh High to
I
Sky
heard
How
Ridge.
the
many
old
pennies
one,
must you
sorry.
pinch to move from
Okay,
this to
that-
I
the
think
three
pennies.
stories? 100, yes, that's right, it's the original 3-story school.
Wow. Those old buildings were so.
And we're coming full circle, back to the 3-story school. Isn't it great? That's progress. So,
Maybe on the laces.
here's some of the information that we've put together, Amber and I, got some good looking pictures.
hey, why don't you use that other picture that we saw earlier? No, because they might not recognize the presenter.
You could just say, he wasn't able to come.
He wasn't able to
I'm his older
We've got this
brother.
guy, yeah.
I'm
Well,
his dad.
Amber, is your presentation to us today of your part of the meeting was any indication you're gonna be awesome?
Oh, you're gonna be
So-
fine.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
do great.
You're
You
gonna
did
be
good.
awesome.
It'll be great.
Yeah.
That's true, Aiden. That's a good point.
It was.
Yeah, I was showing you my presentation skills.
By the way, would you mind
And they
sending
were
us the
awesome.
presentation you guys had
She
at the
did.
SBA
Oh,
Oh, you
Oh,
bet.
yeah, I totally
on
want to see
salaries?
that.
'Cause I
Teacher
really-
compensation.
Yes.
Can we
that
just
would
do
be
it sometime? Because I want
Yeah.
to hear it all.
Do that at study session.
We could do
They
it
should
in a
see it.
study session and
They
really
should
dive
see it.
into some of the data.
Yeah,
Yeah, they should
that
see
data
it.
was really enlightening. Different ways to look at it.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, well,
Data.
TikTok.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
next.
and I, at DCC, I did also share that we do have teacher compensation in response to one person who wants to go. Anyway, so this is a
wants
nice
to go home
picture of
before the
some
meeting
wonderful
tonight
people. 14 municipalities, 783 square miles.
You should add
Here we
in
go.
how many students you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll add students, and there was one other one, Sam, that.
Teachers?
schools.
How many
Number of
schools?
teachers?
Schools, number of
Schools.
schools.
Well, we had talked about 89 schools.
And number of students. who-
And I wanna know if they gasp.
I think you
just
should put
wanna
the
hear
number
if
of
they go.
teachers too.
81,532
Employees.
students and 89 schools.
Put down
We
the
could
number of
put
employees.
too.
And where do we rank nationally with other school districts? Now, what, 40?
43rd, we probably will drop to 42nd this year, depending on
the district was right ahead of us. They were losing students, we were growing. So number one board priority, and these are the slides that there is some commonality between Julie and Sam's presentation.
Yeah.
We wanted to have some introductions that were similar.
Common slide, so no matter
Yeah,
if they came to one or both of them.
They would know a little bit about Alpine.
Yeah, that's
This is one that Amber and I had talked a little bit about, some data about who Alpine is. We've got a unique story. And so these are some of the things, again, we can put back on that, the graphic of the geography, or we can put some things here. But these are some big items. We've been in existence over 100 years, largest district, blah, 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 growing over 1,000 students a year. But the story about funding, that's gonna have some gasps there. And we are a AAA rated entity by 2.
You might want to just put the national average
Okay.
WDU,
That'd be a good idea.
just so those that don't gasp will figure out that they need to.
That's a great idea, yeah.
That's a great idea.
Areas to consider pinching, again, going along with the theme, here's some things, we talked about 4, and then we've got a list of items at the tail end that we might choose to go into instead of these or in addition to these. Data analysis and projection, teacher productivity, school scaling and support staffing, and transportation efficiency. So those are some of the key areas. You'll see some themes here from prior presentations rather than recreating the wheel. We wanted to just take what we've already done. So utilizing projections, we'll talk about that real quick. We'll hit this, how important it is to be accurate despite a growing district, despite charter school, despite changing legislation, et cetera. We'll talk about how that rolls into our budget. And being accurate with projections helps us be accurate with the resources that we have. We'll talk about some financial data. We've got a few charts in here so that people like Mark might really enjoy the presentation.
Wow.
And show them the recession.
Yeah, so you'll see the recession there. We'll talk about that. You can see it right there between 2008 and 2011. And that's something that will resonate with really any board member across the nation. Liabilities, this is something that's a big deal everywhere. People are going to say, you did what? We're actually presenting to the legislative subcommittee on revenue and taxation about our story. And I talked with Representative Beeson, who's the chair of that committee, and I told him what our total liability was and what our unfunded portion was, and he said, you did what? In what amount of time? I said, yeah. So they're going to give some props to the board.
You might want to spell that out, just
okay.
for the non-literate like me.
Okay. Acronyms.
I
Right,
know
Sara?
what it is, but.
No acronyms.
One of the strategies we use is the way we structure our bonds and the way we layer precedent and matter, updating this slide for me to show a true trend. That trend graph, that line is in the wrong spot with the increase of assessed value we've had in our district. And then impact on taxpayers. Transitioning into productivity, this is really something that's unique to Alpine. We had a moratorium on buildings, high levels of growth. We explored tons of options.
The moratorium was a state moratorium.
State moratorium. Governor Bengeter was
Wasn't just
there.
something we decided in
Yeah.
the district, right?
Yeah. And that's really what caused us to look at these models. Professor Sudweeks, Richard Sudweeks, who's part of the leadership associates, I talked with him. He was the one that actually consulted with us years and years ago.
You might want to put that state moratorium.
Okay. We piloted. Again, BYU had come in and done some studies. We got feedback from folks, and this is what our model was revised to. Here's what it looks like. Small group time. Balanced math and literacy, lunch, other content, specialty, other content. Half the class goes home, and then small group time at the tail end.
Somebody may ask about recess, and we allow the schools to put that in where they find it best. We don't dictate. Yeah. Some have done it in conjunction with lunch, and others do it at different times, but that may be a question that comes up.
Well, are you all aware the state has changed the recess policy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Counts as part of instructional.
Yeah.
Economic results, These were the economic results of it. Here is the impact on salary schedules, which we've talked a lot about.
That's a
Yes,
lot of lanes.
It's a lot of stuff, but too many lanes, we're gonna work on that.
Hey Scott, do you think that's too many lanes?
The one thing I wanna show here though is beginning teacher, traditional productivity, 45.5, middle school, almost 50, high school, 45.7, masters, that's what you jump up to, but when you look at a doctorate, 105,026, and that will be a number that will be a shocker to some people as well.
However, although the numbers are pretty, I think a bar chart might.
Wanna do a chart?
Just do the ones that just
That
what
we
you
did
just
before?
said.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very hard to see the little numbers.
Okay, good feedback. Pros and cons of productivity, again, what I'm showing is just some things that we have talked about briefly, about guiding. We will refine and improve.
That we is
Cut
very
and
loose.
paste. So, school scaling and support. Couple of things we've got here that we'll insert, transportation. Couple of things we've got there. And then other ideas that we could include when we talk about pinching pennies. We have a U-Care purchasing co-op, and I will spell out all the acronyms. Our nutrition services team purchase our warehouse. We sell to other school districts and charter schools. The way we do FTEs and how we pool FTEs, our targeted class size FTEs, our SO initiative, our partnerships, energy management. We process checks for all the schools rather than each school processing their own checks. Those are other ideas that we threw out for the team to start thinking about so we can put our best foot forward. Amber, what did I leave out?
Rob, by the time you get to that, we will have 70 of our schools be Energy Star certified. That means they're more efficient than 75% of the other schools, like schools. I think there's some energy savings there. As we get some specific data on there that they would recognize.
We want to have your team, like we talked
Yeah.
via email, we want to have your team take on those couple and share.
You might
Those
want
are
to
the
use
things.
the word centralized, because like centralized services, I think that is a good word.
So there's our update.
Thank you.
It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be awesome.
This is exciting for us to see all these things.
You know,
Rob, do you have the thing for the HDMI again?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
It's easy to see all the problems and be negative, but I think that
just
sometimes you
kidding.
forget
Very good.
how
I lied.
good this district is and all the hard work and the success. You know, we're doing fine.
Ooh, yeah. This
doing
actually
fine.
would be a nice community outreach thing.
It would be a great
Wouldn't that be
outreach
a
thing.
nice, do a little screencast and
And
put it
then
on our
on-
website?
And then on the last slide, you could say, and now we're starting a 2-year moratorium on it.
We won't be back.
We won't be back.
You can come visit us.
You know, on all the salary schedules, maybe the way to do it on a graph would be to say, if you were starting today, here you are, and if you added, was it first 20 hours or something towards your master's degree, and you've accomplished that and by year 4, now, you're gonna go here's your income, ding, 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 and then you jump a lane, and so here's your bump, and then you climb with these steps, then here's the next bump.
Show the steps.
Yeah, show what would happen during
I'd like to
a
see that.
career,
Yeah.
presuming certain lane changes at certain periods throughout your
You
career.
could say a typical teacher who continues to progress
Right.
through lanes and steps and getting
that
additional
something-
training.
Expected to end up
That would
like
be,
this.
that'd be a nice graph, that'd be a nice graph to show beginning teachers.
I was gonna say, is that something we do at our orientation, or is that pre-orientation, like hiring?
It'd be a great thing for hiring, because
I
then
think
they
Shane
can
has
see,
that.
oh,
Sam,
I'm
it's on
gonna
There we
grow.
go.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
fact, there's a difference, major
Changing the
difference
input on
between
here.
us and
Oh,
Cambridge
okay.
Jordan is the
What do we think?
slope of the salary
Yeah.
line. Their steps are smaller steps.
That'd be a great,
Yeah.
great graphic.
That might be pretty to and retention too. They could see.
Remind
Especially,
them of it.
especially if we approve the 401k stuff, if that comes into effect.
Sarah,
That
was
should
it
be
you
good.
that was saying that a lot of teachers don't take advantage of the steps, they just kind of,
In the lanes?
No, I mean, I was saying that they do take advantage, they like that they have those opportunities.
Oh, okay, I thought you were
So
saying.
you-
The steps
definitely.
are an automatic, every year you get another
It's
step.
just-
It's the lanes. It's
Okay.
jumping lanes that increases as well. Both increase your pay,
Right.
but the lanes increase only because you have furthered your education.
Right.
And Sarah was making that as a
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah.
Experience.
Okay.
Okay, so this one is Everyone Matters, How to Make a Large District Feel Small. This one's really rough because Sam and I haven't met yet. So, there's us. Can't
Looks
really
like
put
you're
us
met.
there.
There
I know. Title page. So our learning objectives, this is straight from the plan that Rob and I submitted last year. So a community relationship plan that strengthens connections, leverage parental support, formulate an outreach plan that increases community engagement. So those are the learning objectives we're going to cover. There's all 7 of us. So we talk about 7 elected board members because every board is, some are appointed, some are elected, just depends. We each represent a different district within the district. Once again, kind of going over the same stuff that was,
Yeah,
Can you
that's
just backtrack, you said some are appointed, what do you mean?
yeah, local school boards, not all of them are elected.
Oh, you're talking about other school boards.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
that's
just
right.
to explain who, like, that we're all elected.
Yes.
So this one was the one that's kind of similar to what Rob and Amber are doing as far as understanding the map and who we are, all that kind of fun stuff. This is a video that we're gonna shorten, that you guys, I don't know if you guys remember this one.
No.
It's like 7 minutes long. We're tweaking it and shortening it because we want it to be 3 or 4 minutes long, like, goal is really 2.5. So some of this stuff, this is similar to what Rob and Amber were doing, but we wanna make this one actually into a little bit of a graphic and highlight the 43rd largest in the nation, the largest in Utah. Growing by 1,000 students per year, so showing those dynamics. So we'll review a little bit the vision for learning, our district partnerships, specifically the ones with BYU, UVU, United Way. This is just some of the dynamics. These are just graphics that are up there. We kind of talk about our K-16 Alliance through UVU and MTech with stackable credits, how our kids are actually able to get their CTE credits and technical stuff through MTech for free. That they don't have to pay anything for that. Also kind of going over a little bit of the concurrent enrollment about how, because of state support, $5 a credit, the kids can get additional credits for college. Then obviously our United Way initiative. This one's a video, and I don't know, I don't have access to this one. This one is the one that we're really excited about. This was the one that, I don't know if you guys remember
The
this.
same that I had to get.
Yeah, you remember from last year, it's a whole thing where, like, the kid's getting on the bus and the bus driver's kind of ignoring them and the principal's like
Treat them
scrolling through his
poorly.
phone and not
Yeah,
really, and then we say this is what it could be. So we're talking a little bit about that dynamic of how each individual employee makes an impact on our students and their interaction. So we talk about how it's broken down by cluster. We talk a little bit about cluster meetings, superintendent meetings, ways that, we're connecting with and that we hold those in schools. We talk about our #1 board priority, other ways that we communicate, the Alpine magazine, our summer mailer, as well as the stakeholder report. So we're gonna actually update this with the newest information so that by the time we go, we'll have hopefully a lot of our newer information from this year to be able to update all of those statistics. So, and then we'll potentially highlight, whether it is our graduation rate or how much goes to classroom instruction. There are probably 3 or 4 things that we specifically highlight. We also compare ourselves to other districts like Davis and Granite, just to show that this size of a district is not uncommon in the area that we reside in. Do you love how we talked about how much stuff costs? So one of the things that we want to talk about, and this was the thing I struggled with NSBA last year, is that sometimes they would do these initiatives. Like there was one I went to where a California board does this thing where they actually have Uber for kids in foster care. So regardless of where the kids' foster parents live, they Uber that child to their school where they were originally from. And I was like, Uber for kids? Are you kidding me? Like, we can't even get our school buses, adequately funded. So part of it for me is I want to break it down. So even if we have small districts who have small budgets coming in, that we can say, okay, you can break this down to it's $6 for a medal and a certificate. So even if you're only doing 4 recognitions, that's $25 a month or whatever. So we're trying to make it comparable so that regardless of a district size, everybody gets something out of it. Talking about the board recognitions. So I had specific school ideas that I wanted to share. I think some of you guys have heard Gary Gibbs does this thing at Springside where they do a student of the day, where they basically, like the secretary, the custodian, the principal, the assistant principal, each get a student of the day that they wear in their lanyard, and they go and individually meet with that child that day. And it could be, you know, getting to know that child, like, oh, my mom just had a baby, or I really love soccer, or whatever. And Gary has said that he's willing to share a couple of pretty poignant conversations he's been able to have with children because of this. And it's a way for the kids to connect, and the kids are aware of it. So a lot of times they'll go, Mr. Gibb, like who do you have today? Who's your student of the day? And I'll be like, oh, that's my best friend's brother, or like, you know, he loves snakes or whatever. So the kids are really into it. Also, Jerem Bakar has done something at Frontier where instead of doing parent-teacher conferences where a lot of times there's not a great attendance, they did something called a student showcase where the kids kind of did projects that were plastered all over the school, and then the students basically were kind of the guides and walked their parents through, and this is what I did in math class, and this is my project from English class. They've had a fairly, I think, fairly decent increase in attendance, and it's really nice because the kids are the ones showcasing, and once again, these are fairly free ideas that schools can do.
And so do they, sorry, but
No.
with this one, do the teachers, are they still there? They go
Yeah,
and meet
they
the
are.
teachers
They are.
and-
So like it was really cool because I got to go and like there was they also do cross curricular things. Like one of the ones was the math class wrote a letter entitled Dear Math. And so some of the entries were things like, you
Dear
know,
Math, I hate you?
yeah, like we've always had this really like awful relationship, but like this teacher has shown me that you can be someone that's actually a positive in my life instead of a negative. Like some of the, but it was interesting because it was a math class writing an essay, but kids expressing where sometimes they've had fear of math or frustration. It was really phenomenal to read some of the entries, and so it was really cool how they kind of coordinated with that cross-curricular idea.
Get more ideas, I'm sure we have plenty.
We do, and I asked the supervisors when I was at the coaching thing last week. I specifically asked them for some ideas, and like Elizabeth Wilson gave me a couple. And
Lethbridge did a phenomenal Earth Day last year, and they're doing it again this year, bigger and better, and it's a lifetime memory for those kids. They do.
yeah, no, and then Courtney's been doing the Jet Talks, which are kind of like TED Talks, and now they're at the point where students are wanting to participate, and they have students lined up ready to go to kind of showcase. So, and all of those things are relatively inexpensive. None of these are huge budget busters. We're also going to talk about how it's impacted the community. So in Saratoga Springs last year, we had a mom get on social media. She'd gone to Vista Heights, found out what the delinquent student account number was because she'd found out that one of her daughter's friends was not eating lunch because she was overdrawn on her account and embarrassed by it. So the mom found out what the total was, paid off that child's account, but then took to social media and said, what if we just wrote off all of Vistas? It spread, it paid off, and it spread to Lehigh, it spread to Vineyard. It ended up being like in 2 weeks, something like $25,000 of delinquent accounts were paid, and then some to the point of where it was prepaid, and then the lunch managers knew what kids would struggle and just had that money available for those students. So it was one way that our idea of everyone matters also was impacted. It wasn't just our schools. It ended up reaching some of our charters and things like that. So it was a phenomenal thing where one mom saw a problem and said, so there'll be some information about that social media post as well as the totals of what was paid off. We had a little boy who I think I've talked to you guys about before who's autistic, who ended up fundraising for a food bank. This kid who sometimes struggles to see the needs of others, and how they did this hashtag called Match Zach, and all these people in the community started donating, and this little boy, I think he's 8, 9, was able to raise over $1,000 that went to the food bank. So just highlighting how that idea of everyone matters has really kind of worked its way down. We'll talk a little bit about our social and emotional well-being, how that's our focus on hiring additional people. This is the dynamic about our bus driver who braided the little girl's hair whose mother had died. So we'll share the story from NBC News about that. Westlake has done a thing specifically about the Safe UT app. So we're going to talk a little bit about the legislature and how they have been supportive by funding the Safe UT app, and specifically talk about the number of chats and tips in just one school year and how we're getting support not just from our district, but other districts are getting the same support. We'll talk a little bit about social media. I know this is one that can kind of be a little bit tough. A couple of board members are obviously fairly active on social media. The interesting thing about this one is this was a video I did when we realized that Lake Mountain was going to open on time, and something that could have been a very strong negative ended up getting a lot of positive comments. And so that we shouldn't be afraid to kind of engage with our public even with tough dynamics, and that it is appreciated. And then I love this tradition at Lone Peak. I think it's the cutest thing. And so we're gonna show the video and talk a little bit about how those traditions in the schools, that you don't need to replicate everything in every school. It doesn't have to be that everybody's the same, and that holding on to those individual school traditions is another way that you make a large district feel small and feel ownership. So that's kind of like the gist of, obviously Sam and I have got to work out all the details of who's doing what slide and how this all kind of rolls. But that's kind of the dynamic. We want it, obviously ours is less graph intense than the financial one, but we're trying to balance it all with enough slides, enough information, and then I'm gonna work with Kimberly and David for us to create a handout where we have a list of, these are all the initiatives, these are the price tags associated with each initiative, and then there's a blank one on the other side so that the schools can say, okay, so I don't have a $40,000 budget, I have a $1,000 budget. What of these can I implement? What ideas do we have? So that people kind of walk away, so, and with a plan with how do we put this back into place. And then the idea too also to balance videos and highlighting our students, our kids, with the slides. So it's not too, like we don't want to just get caught up in the K-16 Alliance or the, our partnership with United Way and then lose sight of, hey, and this is how some of that translated down to the individual student.
One thing you may want to include, because I think it makes not just Utah, but Alpine uniquely different, is the amount of volunteer service that we have within our district with parents. And I think you need to really pound that drum, because that's what, you need to let them know that, I mean, kind of the sizes of our PTA. But then I would even talk a little bit about, because this is strange to everybody else, but, well, not to everybody else, but trust land funds.
We do. SEC and DCC are in there. They're just not in these slides because we had, and I think they somehow got, as we were putting stuff in, it got moved. But there is a whole section about how we have trust lands, which helps, and that each school makes the decision, and how DCC is a connection. So even though there's not a specific slide that says cluster meeting, superintendent meeting, DCC, those are all covered in the presentation.
And I think it would be, you can highlight that volunteer that we recognized a couple of weeks ago that's been doing like 8 hours a day.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and see, I think just the mere fact also of just maybe talking about how our district is, we live in a community where we're very family oriented, and our neighborhoods, people seem to go to church together, go to school together, and it's unique. I think you just need to put a plug in for Alpine.
Yeah, so one of the things that we do, and this one didn't make it in yet, we're talking about our challenges, like some of our challenges are we're the lowest funded state, we're one of the lowest funded districts, like there are some challenges. We do have some things going for us, like we have trust lands funding, we have strong community support. So there is, we do, and I don't know why that one's not in here either, but we did talk a lot about, what?
I think we have the best staff ever that puts up with all
Yes.
their crazy.
You know what, if you
And high class sizes, like we do have some challenges that like other places
If you
don't
have
face.
challenges, then you can invite them to their presentations.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I don't know if it's pertinent also, but because of our ubiquitous schools and neighborhoods that go to church together and live together, we are one of the most upwardly mobile states ever.
Yeah, have you talked about Silicon Slopes in there?
You have more chances to get ahead in this state because you're connected.
Rob, do you
with
guys
people.
talk about Silicon Slopes in your profile?
I'm just making some notes. There's a couple of things that Amber and I were just talking, we need to
Yeah.
include.
In terms of
It
This,
doesn't have
we
to be
decided
with
we
the
need to include that 'cause
partnerships,
it's super
but
funny.
Yeah,
Latinos in Action would be a good one to just say, here's how, because what we would show by that is we have a population that we need to reach. And this is one of the ways that we reach our Hispanic population. So I would think that Latinos in Action would be good. And then to briefly describe, these kids learn to serve in their community. They learn about civic service and how to become voters and how important it is to get an education, and that you shouldn't be limited at just graduating from high school. Latinos in Action says the emphasis is on graduation from college.
And,
You know what, do you have that handout from Jose that you could use, that you could bring? Didn't he have one
Yeah.
on Latinos that might be helpful?
If I can't find it, I can get it from him.
And Julie,
Yeah.
you may wanna mention in there too, I mean, you can throw this in there, when AF Junior had that one kid in their school who was in a wheelchair.
Oh, they did the van fundraiser.
And I mean, how much money, Shane?
Well, and you could say too, how many schools came together to help with
100,000
that,
and
because it was
small
like AF
American
Home
Fork.
Peak, AF Junior,
I mean, I think
Mountain Ridge,
that's
like a whole bunch
something,
of schools.
it is, it's just remarkable.
You know what, Julie, so you're gonna talk about the superintendent meetings every week out in the schools, right?
Yeah, we got that.
It wasn't in there, but you are.
Yeah, and there's not a slide specific, like we haven't,
Right.
because there may be a slide and then
Yeah.
we talk about like 6 things underneath
Okay.
it. The other thing is that we're trying to keep it to roughly 30 slides because basically we only have 75 minutes to talk, and if you throw in 15 for Q&A, that's only 2 minutes a slide
you're
plus
showing a video.
videos. So part of it is we've got to keep a good solid pace with this,
Right.
because if we do
Right.
too many things, we're gonna run out of time.
One other suggestion would be is, we could share with them how many of our schools have pantries.
Yeah, I wrote that one down when you were on the same way.
That's a new thing, I'd like to hear
Yeah.
how that's.
I'd like to make a suggestion, that at the end of, I mean, your theme is how to make a large district small. I would suggest, and you're probably already gonna do this, at the end of every slide, be specific and say, by doing this, that's another way to make a large district. I mean, repeat it at the end of every single slide so they can see the direct correlation. Because they might say, well, that's a great idea, we're already doing that, or you don't have to be a big district to do that. But if you bring back your theme after every slide, pretty soon they're gonna get this amazing picture. So I would do that, I would explicitly make that connection for them.
Good job.
And I think it's not, and maybe it's just understood, it's not about being small, it's about connecting to students.
It's like the individual
Right,
connections.
right.
Making a large district connect, or connecting in a large district, something like that, to say it's not about small or large, it's about student connection. The perception that if you're large, you're not connecting. Our
Exactly.
message is we're large and we're connected.
That's good.
Do we have
That's
a
good.
video of Matt Swenson's
Yes.
speech?
Yes, it's playing right now.
It's like him,
Playing out in the foyer right now.
I know, but him saying the words about connection.
Oh, we will touch on that.
Okay,
That's a
all right.
great.
Connection.
But I
We
know
have
that
that
really
as-
impacted.
Good
our
job,
district.
you guys.
Yeah, because it's not
Short
about
markers.
numbers,
You know,
it is relationships. It's all about relationships.
This could be the best national conference in the building.
Heck yeah.
And our
For
last
sure.
one that we're attending.
Yeah, by the way, we won't be here.
By the way, we're not funded back there, because we know all there is.
We're gonna save $20.
It's like you go out on a high note, right? You
Year,
go out at
need
the
to
top.
have- Need to have the conference in Salt Lake.
Have it in Salt Lake.
That's the budget we have.
There you
Julie and I
go.
have already volunteered that we will share a room to cut down on travel costs.
Yep.
I hope she doesn't.
We won't
snore.
share a airplane seat, but we will
No,
share.
and I'm not sharing it with you two or you two, but I'll share it with you.
That's best, that's best.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that too.
Alrighty, it's 2:25.
Woo!
Let's, we were gonna talk about study sessions. Will you just email any ideas or requests that you have for study
Sarah.
session topics?
I like
I got
that.
the page that Sarah already printed and went over with us.
It's a start.
But just email those and we can get them in the side.
How many do we realistically have for the board to suggest as far as then what staff needs to bring to us? I mean, because we have 18 meetings a year
You
roughly,
can suggest as many as you like. We aren't gonna get to everything.
but like
Yeah.
the board can realistically do what, 4 or 5 that.
Because you're saying, because there's a handful that we have to do anyway.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like between the bond issues and boundary issues and budget issues and CAFR and whatever, like realistically, what do we have, maybe 4 or 5?
Well, it depends on the size of the topic.
Sarah?
Sometimes we can cover 2
My
topics.
carpet's on, so I can catch.
So
You
we just
want-
have to group all the lists
Ready?
together.
Uh-huh.
Probably
See
a
if I
dozen
can-
here.
I'm gonna see if I can hit the top
You
of
get
your
it
glasses
here?
right
Good.
here. Just
We
stand,
have
just
really
don't
about
move.
20 study sessions in a year.
Gonna hit the water, it spills.
Space for a dozen or something.
Very low.
Yeah.